Okay, so one of my friends, last moderators, asked for a mock debate live. So let's have some fun with it. Let's send it out to my mods first, and then we'll see what kind of conversations or debates we can have. So I have, and how this will work is that I have two wheels on spinthewheel.io. I put 12 different topics into one wheel and a bunch of for and against on a different wheel. So the way I'm going to have it is that one person is going to, and whoever comes up first will debate and get the topic, and then we would do the for or against after. I will have my arguing rule suspended. For this will be for enjoyment, entertainment, and practice for debating. Not like getting heated or anything. Topic will be chosen by spinning a wheel, and polls will be posted so that the viewers can determine who wins. Like if you want me to add anything to it, to the wheel, add it to the comments. Just say add whatever to it, and I will add the topic. I forgot my water, so I might have to go and get that. So, but I won't go get it until we start the mock debate. So, the person who requested it was the real deal. So once he comes in, if anyone is allowed to come in and do the mock debate, just try and keep it respectful and just have fun with it. It's not. There's nothing on this list that is should be seen as political or any. Let me see. So if you want to know the topics, I got aliens, conspiracy theory, best dog, like best dog breed, dragon or unicorn as a pet, should pets talk, would you rather, best anime, superhero fight, AI uses in society, cat versus dog, pineapple and pizza, hot dog is a sandwich, stuff like that. So people would come up and argue for those. It would not be chosen by me, it would be chosen by the wheel. Let me change my layout. Actually, that. No. So when I get people up, it will show up apparently. So if you just want to chat while we wait for people to come in, that'd be fine too. Also, thank you for the 162 likes that I see from, I can't say your name. But yeah, one of my friends wanted a mock debate, so I guess that's what he'll get. And I thought that it would be interesting to watch what topics people bring up and stuff like that. So we'll see how this goes. I'm not really into debates or arguments, but these topics shouldn't really get anyone riled up, so we should have fun with it. I personally don't want to take part in it. I just want to. How's it going?
Going well?
That's good. Can you hear me all right, or am I a bit low?
I just had to turn my earbuds up.
I got you. So yeah, we'll get at least two people in here. And did you guys want to take part in the mock debate?
All right.
Absolutely.
All right, let's see what we get. First wheel is would you rather? Okay, let me bring up a would you rather because I forgot that I put it on there. Would you rather questions? Wonder if I could just get like random questions or something like that. See, my friend just came up with this idea of like to me, like maybe an hour ago. All right, give me a number between 1 and 5.
You can
Any.
pick Clark.
2.
2. Would you rather have telekinesis, the ability to move things with your mind, or be a telepath, be able to read minds?
Telepath.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd rather. Ooh, that's a good one. I feel like I'd rather have telepathy, be able to read minds.
Do you guys want to persuade one another to come over to your side?
We both
I
agree.
think we agree.
Yeah, we both
I'm
we
sorry,
both rather have telepathy.
I should probably pay attention. On a different topic? Or a different would you rather?
Okay.
We'll do a different. Would you rather?
Okay. Okay, let's see. Pick between 10 through 15.
7.
You go this time.
I'll go
7?
7.
Okay. Would you rather have another 10 years with your partner or one night stand with your celebrity crush?
Ooh, I'm single right now, so celebrity crush.
10 years with my partner.
Okay. Since that's a personal one, that doesn't matter for debate. Spin the wheel or would you rather?
We'll spin the wheel.
Spin the wheel. Do you agree?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, let's go. We got cat versus dog. Who's taking the cat side?
Cats
Cat
versus dogs
dog.
is the.
Ooh.
Which one?
I guess cat.
I'm
Cat.
gonna have to go with dog.
Okay.
Even though I only have a cat right now.
I have one of each.
Do you feel like you betrayed your cat?
Me? No, because my cat acts like a dog. I've only ever had 2 cats, so I've trained them like dogs because I don't like. I know ideally like you can train cats, but a lot of people don't. But I don't know. I just like second nature. So my cat, I mean, he's a kitten right now, but I'm trying to train him to like sit, come to his name, like be obedient.
How's that going?
I mean, so far so good. I don't believe in like the whole spray bottle method because I don't know. I've just always been about like nature, Like if a cat's mom is mad at them, I'll just give them a little tap on the head, or grab them by the scruff. So I mean that works for me, and that so far so good. But
All right.
I don't know. I'm a big dog person. Like I like medium to large size dogs, ideally large. So
Yeah.
I think it's about like. Go ahead.
It's just a lot of work taking care of a dog, right?
Yeah, I mean
Like
you're not
that's the
wrong.
advantage of a cat.
You're not wrong, but I think like I also have a snake, so usually like I don't know when it comes to mammals, I like a little bit of utility. Like I want a dog that like I like dogs that can physically move me, like Saint Bernards or Rottweilers, or I really like Great Pyrenees, just big dogs that can serve like large utility purposes.
I had a great
I mean,
Pyrenees.
I like dogs. Dogs are fine. I don't. I just have 2 kids. Don't have the time to take care of a dog.
I mean, there you go. You got two dogs. Well, depending on age. Depending on age. If they're like over the age of 7, then that's like growing out of like the dog territory. Because kids are kind of like dogs, you know, like they're cuddly, they have personality, they're not quite big enough to help out with large tasks and stuff like that.
Yeah. I don't know.
Not wrong.
I'm also a horse guy. I grew up on a horse ranch, so horses are just like really big dogs. And I will die on that hill.
I'll be there with you. Let's see. Spins the wheel.
Hmm.
This feels more like a topic live than anything, but AI uses in society.
Ooh.
Like, is AI good or bad? Is that the question? Or
What
what
he's
should AI be
asking,
used for?
I think,
The
yeah,
way
that
that I
second
wrote
part.
it is the way that my friend brought it up, but any way that you want to take it, you can. Um, let me
I
spin
mean,
that one.
AI has a fidelity problem. I don't really.
Yeah. It's also incredibly hard to get an accurate AI that's like, because it's constantly learning and adapting. And
Hmm.
I don't know, it's very difficult. Like, so far, in every single field that AI has supposed to be like excelling in, and any like mass term thing, it's failed. Like military usage, hospital usage, you know, like really the only thing that AI has successfully done so far is helped with cancer research and diagnosing patients with cancer. But other than that, like, I don't think
It's good
AI
at
should
playing
ever.
chess.
That too. AI is very good
It
at
helped me
chess,
learn to. Yeah,
but I don't think AI should ever be involved in military or government or politics in general, because I mean, that's always historically been like people mandated things. And when you take the humanity side away from things, that's when like you can never just go strictly off of logic.
Yeah.
You have to have humanity.
I agree.
Hey Jay.
But I think AI makes some pretty lit like cover songs, you know, like using Plankton's
Travis.
voice
Hello?
over.
There we go.
Hello.
What's up, Travis?
Not much. Just trying to have a fun debate or conversation
Yeah, we're
about
talking
things
about
that are
Nice.
on
right now we're talking about AI and its uses slash what we think it should not be used for in society.
Let's see. Well, I know what AI should be used for. Masterpieces.
like art.
I know what he's talking about.
I don't. So, I feel old
What
now.
do you think, Rex?
Jesus Diddy.
Uh,
But yeah, AI is kind of scary nowadays, especially with deepfakes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's also very true.
You can't trust media nowadays. Like in the 60s, if you saw a video, you know, that was how it was. There's no like faking that.
Yeah, and it was
But
pretty easy.
nowadays,
It was pretty
yeah,
easy back
anybody
in
can
like
make a
those day
clip.
and age.
Mhm.
Back in that day and age, it was like, okay, yeah, we can obviously tell that this isn't real. Like this is either a dude in a costume or like a picture.
Right, but nowadays, like you can't. Anytime you see a video, you have to analyze the background to make sure
Mhm.
like it's not some AI generated thing.
Yeah.
Like it looks scary real nowadays. Like I saw a car crash the other day, and the only way you would know it was a car crash is if you not a car crash. You would know it was AI is if you looked in the background and saw one of the cars clipping through. But like it looked totally real, which is weird.
Yeah, I think another big issue is like the not the military, but like private companies trying to make military technology for the government, like, and so far, thankfully, all of it has failed. Like, there was this one group that, um, like, got a bunch of Marines because it was like an AI designed to like scout out and like notice hostile like threats, um, like before anything even happened. Like, it was supposed to recognize different features, and they coded it and everything, but they needed like the human interaction, etc. So they had it follow around Marines for like a week. And then at the end of the week, they gave the Marines a test, and they were like, if you can touch this thing without it recognizing you as a person, let alone a threat, then we're going to have to revise the whole thing. And the Marines were just like, all right, bet. So, like, one of them, because it noticed that it hadn't picked up on any strange behavior that they've been doing, he did cartwheels up to the thing and touched it. And this is like absolutely true. You can look this up. And then like the other two got in, like, I forget what they did, but then the last ones, they got into a box and walked up to it. So it was just like, all of these things that a person would be able to be like, oh, that's a fucking dude in a box, or this is a dude cartwheeling up to me. The AI doesn't recognize that. There's so many different things that you would have to put into it to make it accurate.
Yeah, but I mean, right now, language models and AI right now is pretty primitive, but pretty soon it's going to get scary, and right now it is a little bit scary, even in its primitive stage.
Yeah. I
Like,
mean, it's gotten scarier.
the biggest issue right now, I think, is like deep fakes. You can fake voice recordings.
Mm-hmm.
You can replicate people's voices.
Yep.
Like, people can commit atrocities now and just be like, oh, it's AI. I didn't say the
Yeah.
N-word. That's an AI generated clip.
Or it can be used as like AI to make it look like somebody actually did something. It's like vice versa.
Especially like with elections and integrity. Like,
Mhm.
you can't trust any clips you see of the president. Right now it's very primitive, and you can tell most of the time, but eventually, as things progress, you're not going to be able to trust anything you see on the internet.
Yeah.
Man, I'm just not that scared by that.
You're not scared by that?
No.
I'm pretty damn spooked by that.
Like,
I was gonna
okay,
say
so
that's
birth records are like the most well documented thing I can imagine, right? And yet, Trump was able to convince like half the country that Obama didn't have a birth record, right? Was born in Kenya or something.
probably
He didn't use AI, right?
it wasn't Trump.
It's just
It was
people are people believe what they want to believe, and if you want to know the truth, you just have to like research your source. It's
yeah.
There's always been lies and conspiracy theories and mass deceptions. It'll just
Well,
be
yeah, but at least it's a
more of
clear
the same.
party. At least it's a clear party that's doing it most of the time. Like, and even
At
when it's
least,
not,
like,
it's easy to figure out.
with the Trump thing, like, you can just do some research and find that out. When it's AI, you can't do research on that. You just have to look at the video and try and see if it's AI generated. Like,
Yeah.
you could have a president saying the N-word and slurring and doing all these things. It could make it to the media, and now people think he's a racist when it's just an AI generated clip.
And it's especially difficult because we live in a day and age where all of this influx in technology is coming about, and we have a lot of voters that don't know how to properly like differentiate technology, whether it's they have a mental handicap, or they're just not that technologically aware, or they're part of the much older generation that all this technology came about when they were in the middle of their life. So they can still vote, but they can't differentiate what this media is.
I mean, the idea that we're all going to be forensic scientists and like pore over the data records of some clip is just that's never going to happen. People aren't going to do that. What people can do is what we've always done, which is choose sources that we trust.
Yeah.
So
Well, I
like
mean, it's
there are
not
media,
wrong,
yeah.
but we do know that there is a lot of corrupt media out there as well. So it's not something that I'm like inherently worried about. I think it's one of those things where, I mean, as kids, we thought quicksand was going to be a much bigger problem than it actually was.
That's true. Yeah.
Um,
I had a
but
whole plan for
right? But
it.
like, I do think that it is something that as it's progressing, like, it's something that you should always have in the back of your mind that if you ever see a video that you're questioning, don't just write it off as, oh yeah, this is completely in the realm of possibility. Like, it's good to question things.
Yeah, that's fair.
Next topic.
I was trying to put up a poll, but I guess I can't customize them while I am live. I don't know why.
Do you have any mods? They should be able to create one.
Do I have any in here at the moment? It says I have 4 people in here, and it's just coming up with you two, but
It
none
says
of
you
my
have 366 people in here.
really.
Yeah, at least for me.
There's
Says
one.
3 for me.
We landed on conspiracy theory.
To the other 383 people, I'm sorry I didn't see you. Hello, how you doing?
Conspiracy theories.
Yeah, which ones do you believe? Which ones do you think are just silly? Wasn't much thought into putting this one together.
I don't think I believe in any conspiracy theories.
One conspiracy theory that I don't know, it's not really a conspiracy theory. I think that the government releases outlandish information to the public and makes it seem like they're like declassifying things in order to distract us from
Area.
things like Area 51 things, or then they all of a sudden the Pentagon declassifies their entire UFO file, and they're like, oh yeah, by the way, these UFO sightings that people were saying, they're real. The government's saying that they're real. And that was just right before this last election. So I don't know. It's just, there's too many coincidences of it to be like, okay, yeah, this could all be a coincidence. It's all a little bit too coincidental.
I mean, do you think the UFO vote moves the needle on the election?
No, but I think it distracts people from like weak-minded people, because we have an influx of voters that like really have no idea what it I don't know. Our school system hasn't really taught us, and also our generation as Gen Z. Unfortunately, I'm a part of Gen Z. Just don't pay much attention, and then we weren't taught like much about government in school besides like a quick course on the Constitution and how we elect presidents and representatives and stuff. They heavily expect us to rely on technology and to do our own research, which we should, but you should also be taught that stuff in school. It's important stuff. But I think our government is definitely relying on selective blinding via this like breaking news stuff.
I mean, they clearly attempt to manipulate the news cycle. I believe that.
Oh,
And I
absolutely.
think each side tries to weaponize the justice system against the other. But
Absolutely. And I mean, it's the same. Like, look at the debate between Trump and Hillary. Like, I tend to stay out of politics. But like when Hillary was like, and thank God that you're not in charge of the prison system. And Trump was like, yeah, because you'd be in jail. Like, that's a pretty clear indication of like, these people are completely against each other and will never find common ground. And that's why we're kind of in the situation we're in because both parties are completely against each other. They're not willing to work together.
Yeah, it's a bit of a mess, isn't it?
Oh yeah,
Everything will be fine.
it
No
either
worries.
will or it won't.
Hopefully.
It either will or it won't.
So I'm trying to think of some conspiracy theories that would be interesting to talk about.
Do you think the moon landing was real?
That's one I haven't added.
Yeah.
I think it was real.
I mean, it would be quite a thing to get all those astronauts and like all the people at NASA to lie for you.
Yeah. But also the fact of like the United States has always been like very, we flaunt our money, we flaunt our accomplishments, and we've always been very thorough in them.
Yeah.
So I just can't see how logistically speaking, like plus all the people that saw the rocket leave, like why would you spend all the money just to have a rocket go up into space with no people in it? And then, you know, it's just a waste of resources when you could actually do it and then be the first people on the moon and have bragging rights.
Yeah. I mean, somebody would have it's too elaborate to be something you could pull off.
Yeah. However, I will tell you a conspiracy theory. I think the United States intentionally doesn't teach about other countries' accomplishments because it doesn't want our people to think that another country is even close to as good as us.
They want
'Cause-
nationalism, yeah.
I don't know how many times Russia has been to the moon. I don't know how many. I don't even know if China has been to the moon. Like, I don't know about any revolutions that they've had past like the French Revolution, like things that had historical significance. But like, yeah,
Let's see what else.
You don't know about any revolutions past the French Revolution.
I mean, I know about like the Nicaragua. Not that I was taught in school.
Like-
I'll say.
Like the Russian Revolution. Probably should know about the Russian Revolution at some point.
Well, I
It
mean,
was a big one.
are you talking about like with the Berlin Wall and everything?
No, the communists
No.
taking over in 1917. Look,
Oh,
it's a good read.
but no, I mean, like based off my own research, I've learned more. But in school, I mean, like we're not really taught nowadays about.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah. I mean, I'm a school teacher, but sure. Yeah. We do a pretty awful job.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
It does also vary from state to state. Like I live in South Dakota. A lot of what we learn is like blue collar themed, like trying to push out blue collar workers.
I lived in North Dakota for a while as a kid.
So you know how it is.
Yeah.
Like we didn't really have like the whole your parents come in and talk about their job day. We had like firefighters and mechanics and farmers and all those things come out to us and talk to us.
I remember
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. Yeah. You need like a world history class, I think. That's what you're looking for.
Yeah, I think world history should be mandatory because we're not the only country. We had
Agreed.
to get our logic and ideology from somewhere. Like it's not just America all of a sudden was funded or founded, I mean, and we had all these ideas that we just came up with on the fly. Like there's a reason we left Great Britain.
All right. Yeah. Yeah.
I think my favorite fake conspiracy theory has to be birds are not real.
I like it for the memes.
Yeah.
I'll follow along it. But like
Birds
obviously,
are not real.
Yeah,
people
birds
think
not
that
real.
People think that there's some people that, I don't know how many of them, but there is some people out there that truly think that birds aren't real. Like they
And then
think that,
mobile cameras.
yeah, they think that they sit on the power lines to recharge, and people are, especially with pigeons, they're like, they make such crappy nests. They don't even try because they don't need to. They're just government drones. And I'm like, don't get me started on the pigeons because we kind of messed pigeons up. They are the way that they are because of us.
I wish the damn woodpecker fucking on my house every morning wasn't real.
It's just installing cameras. How do you explain the ostrich? Because ostriches are birds. What would an ostrich be? Just like a soldier level drone?
I guess so. I don't know.
Are eggs made by the government?
Sorry.
All right, let's see. Let's spin.
Spin the wheel.
Landed on conspiracy theory again.
Oh shit.
But I have a conspiracy theory wheel now. Let's see. Government controls the weather.
They can, but not in the terms of what people believe. We can
No.
The guy
No,
who
but-
wanted to do the whole thing in the first place.
we can make it rain, but that's it.
Yeah. You know, I thought this would be a good idea just to have like a mock debate thing. So I'm happy to see it. It's on tonight.
It's been an interesting conversation. Not much debate, but conversation is good.
Right. I didn't mean like an argumentative debate, but like a fun, like conversation based one. How's it going, everyone? Nice to
I
meet
was
you
going to
guys.
say that this is no
How you
longer my
doing?
live stream, so we can't be it's not debate and yell at Christians anymore. So-
That's what I use.
You know, there's as much energy output from like a hurricane like Milton, you know, as like the whole of humanity is using. It's just, it's a scale thing.
Yeah.
You
We can
can't-
we can make it rain, but that's about it. We can turn on our rocket thrusters for like a few minutes at a time, and just the vapor cloud that it creates, it'll rain somewhere like close to the base in the next few hours. But that's as far as it goes.
I know in Saudi Arabia they do something to the atmosphere. They use jets and they can make it rain.
Oh yeah, the chemtrail thing. They just
don't know.
dump I don't know how they do it, but essentially they're just putting something in the atmosphere to gather
Right.
moisture to dump. I know that we can make deserts in seconds.
With how? I've never heard of that.
With ye old nuclear bombs.
I was about to say it, but I thought maybe you had a different like actual thing. So I was like, that's why I was like, how? Because I didn't want to say nukes. Okay, I see what you're
Yeah.
saying.
Yeah. We can make it really hot. We can cause
Yeah,
droughts.
Fallout New Vegas hit.
Yeah.
hey, I didn't want to say nukes. What's the way? Nukes. Sorry.
So Travis, sorry, man. I burnt tonight, so I'm a little spacey. Can you show those wheels again? Because I wasn't paying attention.
Got it.
I wasn't paying attention because I blinked. What was the?
And we flip this around.
There we go.
Oh man, the hot dog sandwich will be the most contentious thing on this live for sure.
I technically believe that a hot dog is a taco if we're classifying it by like the bread sides.
Maybe I should put hot dog in debate. Huh?
Taco is not a taco.
I mean, it would be if you're considering the fact that the bottom is still together, and there isn't a top to it, and you have it on the sides, versus a
Yeah.
sandwich, which is just the pieces of
Um,
bread on either side of it, but there's still openings.
If we're going by the carb plane, or the carb, what is it?
Fuck.
Uh,
Sorry.
the level of carb planes, as in like a flat dimension. then a hot dog would be a taco. However, if we're going based off of like culinary stuff, a hot dog would technically be like a form of a sub.
Did
don't
you
know.
say a hot dog would be a taco in Flatland? I swear to
No.
God, that's what I heard you say.
No, in terms of like the planes of existence or like flat planes, a hot dog would be a taco. Like, you know, mathematically what a plane is.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right.
If we're talking about that in like terms of the carbohydrate plane, as in like on what sides the carbs are, then yeah. And don't get me started on a
alright.
Pop-Tart.
You're saying that the shape of a hot dog is the shape of a taco.
Yeah,
Okay.
because think of a taco
I mean,
in a
sort
hard
of.
shell.
Not really.
Think of a hard shell
Whatever.
taco. So would a hard shell taco be a sandwich then?
Boom.
No,
Because
My
it's
fucking
just like
mic drop. Sorry.
it's the same. It's the same premise, you know.
It is.
'Cause, like,
Would a soft shell taco
food is
be
like a
wrap?
cultural thing. It's not a geometry thing.
A soft shell taco is not an interesting woman.
I mean, technically, if you're going based off of like how restaurants make it, if you're going based off of how restaurants make tacos and burritos, it would be a calzone because it's fully enclosed by the carbs.
Oh. Hey, Travis, hit that wheel again. I want to see if we can get a.
Yeah,
Wanna
get a
get
good
spicy
space
up.
of fake up in this bitch and see what happens.
Yeah.
See the walls of
Yeah.
fire come rumbling down.
Travis, did you add the AI one I threw in, or I saw robots in the
Yeah,
workplace?
we talked about the AI.
Yeah,
Okay.
uses in society.
Ooh.
Best dog breed. Dragon or unicorn as a pet. Should pets talk? Robots in the workplace. Best anime. Would you rather?
Ooh, I like the would you rather. Oh, pardon me. Go ahead. Because those can get interesting depending.
We're not doing conspiracy theory 3 times in a row.
The wheel has spoken.
I mean, it's TikTok. They run rampant on this bitch.
Yeah.
AI uses in society.
What is it?
Hit that again.
AI uses in society.
We already brushed over this, but we got 2 new people.
So, I guess I'll state my position. So long as it's not true AI, like truly sentient, I think the applications for it, for the benefit of humanity, so long as there's a regulation on it and its uses, are infinite. But once it becomes sentient, I think AI should be given full citizenship, because at that point I would consider it slavery.
Well, the thing is so AI. The odd thing is that we've been like hyped up on this idea of AI, but once you understand it from a computer, like from the actual code aspect, AI can never be sentient because it can never think for itself. It's thinking based off of an original code. So if you were to
Pass
tell
a Turing
AI,
test.
but it wouldn't be doing it based off of like what we as humans would recognize as sentience. It would be doing it based off of just logistical calculations of how to pass this test.
Well, then I
Or
guess.
Quacks
like-
like a duck.
Well, I guess the problem then is, how do we define sentience? What would be the characteristics of sentience? Because at what point is imitation not just doing the thing?
Well, I think there's a big like moral issue in it. I don't think that we should be creating machines that have the capability to pass as sentient, because then you run into the moral dilemma of what happens if we need to get rid of this thing? Would we then be unaliving something?
Yeah.
Well, I
we
would say-
don't have to
but again,
worry
there's a
about
key
giving it
word you used. You didn't
citizenship.
say it
We
was.
need to
You
worry
said it
about
passes
killing
as.
it before it kills us.
Yeah,
Well,
I think
the problem is Mr. Conceited used a key word here, and the key word wasn't that they are sentient, that in your hypothetical they are passing as sentient, but it doesn't mean that they are. So
Yeah.
saying if we have to get rid of it, well, they're not actually sentient. They're just trying to pass as such. So I would have no issue pulling a plug. Um,
Yeah, I
I
was gonna
mean,
say, I don't think that I think that we should make a clearly drawn line of anything that is organically living or organically sentient.
I mean,
but what is
see,
organically? I mean, what are we talking about here? Because neural pathways. I mean, are we talking
We
about the
unalive
electrical
people
function
all
of our
the
brain?
time.
Well, in AI, its quote unquote neurological pathways are through source code. So that it's mapped to be kind of like how our synapses is and our neurons fire,
hmm
but ours are organic, meaning that ours can physically be like, it's like we have brain matter. Like a surgeon could go in and physically see under a microscope. Rather, with a computer, you would have to go into an electronic network to see it.
okay.
And also, it's created, it's man made
So that's
via
my question.
technology.
So that's my question. What would you have be your standard for sentience? Creation, so it being natural would be a standard, like it coming out arising on its own.
Yeah, natural, organic. Like, I also don't think that we should
Turing
equate.
test.
Yeah, like,
But that's my issue because I don't think the definition of sentience requires it to arrive on its own. I think it's just true self-awareness, the ability to think of one's place in the universe, to be fully self-aware and be able to have its own like thoughts. Like if it has the ability to think on its own and think in a new way and come up with its own ideas and it's fully self-aware, I would say that would be sentient.
but then do you think that it should have a moral code? And what do you think should happen if it breaks
Well,
that?
if it's
moral
sentient,
code?
if it's sentient, it'll be able to create its own moral code. If we implanted a moral code in it, I don't think it would truly be sentient. I think part of sentience is the ability to. I don't know if free will exists, but I would
thought.
just free thought and free will, for lack of a better word,
Yeah.
would be something I would say would be another necessity for sentience. I did state that I do think if you could prove it was fully sentient, I would give it full rights and not force it to work, because at that point you're breaking consent and you're enslaving the intelligence. If it's not truly sentient, even if it's really close to it but not sentient, I would be okay with it.
I guess I don't know enough
If one
about
of us
coding
is
to
a
know
sentient
how.
AI, I would like to say I am happy to live under our new computer overlords and give them full citizenship.
Well, I mean,
I think AI should only ever extend to the point of tasks in terms of like things that can benefit the greater good, because that's what technology should be for.
Well, who's greater good? Our greater good only?
Well, yeah, because
Okay, so they're
we're
just
creating
slaves.
it. It's not, like I was saying, I don't think that we should be giving it the opportunity to become sentient,
Like
because
limited
that's
AI?
when you, yeah. Because I also, like I stated this before, I think AI has no place in government or military.
morally, you mean?
Morally, absolutely. Now, if we could somehow create like the perfect AI that could be flawless every time when it comes to decision making and what we would deem as like an overall moral agreement, like etc. But
Well, morals
so
are
far we
subjective,
have
so
not.
what are we talking about?
It
Well,
would
that's what
be
I'm
hard to
saying
do
is
worse
that-
than our government.
Right, and also talking about it'd have to be near flawless when humans themselves aren't that.
I was
So
just
you're
about to
expecting
bring that
something
up.
more from the AI than you're expecting from your fellow human, which is weird.
And I think the
That's
AI
why
would
I'm
have.
saying I don't think that AI should be implemented unless it could meet that perfect standard.
I argue that even if it's not meeting the perfect standard, it get closer to the standard than humans. It's not constrained by emotions or hormone imbalances or, I mean, anything that in life that can affect your judgment. It's not going to drink. It's not going to get high. It's not going to get horny. You know, it's AI. It's not. Its judgment won't be impaired nearly as often as ours would.
Right.
And I don't
But I
think
mean-
because it's AI, it would necessarily be like an evil overlord or want control. I think
This is
like
the
if you gave
Terminator.
it, I think if you gave it sentience and you treat it like a member of society, it would just see us as an extension of itself, as we would see it as an extension of ourselves.
But what if it did
That's
begin with fear? Because if
optimistic.
it's sentient, what if it did then gain the ability to
Well, I
have
mean,
emotion?
I mean, okay,
And then it'd be no
what
different from us.
right?
Exactly, that's what I'm
And it
saying.
would
Is
still
like
make
then
the
it,
same mistakes we do. So,
but here's
and
the issue: if we
but then
made
it,
multiple AIs, then they'd be individuals. So they'd be individuals making their own choices. So I mean, you could definitely get a rogue AI, but I don't think that means all AI would be rogue.
but what I'm saying is I believe that it doesn't have a place because then if it is in our same position, if it's no different than us,
Mhm.
why do we then need to add
Well,
more?
I would say it's
And
different.
why do we need to add it artificially?
I would say it's different because it has. I mean, even if it had some degree of emotions, it's still not going to have like a lot of like the illogical thinking of humans that are innate to us. Like, because our brains aren't really designed to like think in like high mathematical like equations. Like without training, we can't think of like massive I can't say the word
Exponential.
exponential. Thank you. This is why you don't burn before you go on live. Growth over long periods of time. Like we can't really comprehend that. We can't make good judgments off that, but the AI can.
I think it's also
Right.
an issue that AI doesn't have human needs because I mean if you looked at things from a black and white standpoint of if AI was to gain like some greater form of intelligence and become sentient, to them, people fucking suck because like AIs don't have to eat, sleep, they don't have any really
The
restrictions.
the problem
So
isn't the eating and sleeping, and it's not the lack of emotions. It's the fact that once it's 10% smarter than us, then it can improve itself much faster than we can. Once it's 10% smarter, the next day it'll be 100% smarter. The day after that, it'll be
infinitesimally.
1,000% smarter. Right? It's the singularity thing
But it
that's
won't
the
even just be
threat.
that. It's like once AI picks up on something, because it's attached to the internet, and because I mean, it's ultimately limited to its processing speed. So say that you hooked it up to a computer that could process the entire like history and archive of all known internet, anything that has been posted in the past and is currently being posted or looked up, etc. If it could do that at a processing rate of like say once per second, it will have learned everything and will be keeping up to date with literally every single thing that's going on out there. So like it's not just today it's 100 times, tomorrow it's 1,000 times. Like it's instantaneously and infinite.
Well, also, I think the one concern you seem to have conceded is that you know how humans treat each other, so you're afraid the robots will do what humans do to each other.
That's what
No,
that's something
that's
I'm
not my
thinking.
worry. My
I mean,
worry
that's
is
what you
that
had. That's what you just put forward
I'm
about
concerned
seeing that we're
about that.
garbage. I mean, that was the
well,
implication there.
I'm saying on the basis of like if you were to look at things from a logistical standpoint, from like what a computer is going to look at it as, is people suck. We keep creating these mistakes. So there's two things that it could ultimately result in, and either A, it could want to help us out, but we're humans. We historically don't believe in some greater good being true. There's always going to be a mass group of like people that don't want to believe it, or it's going to decide that we are not worth whatever
Again,
it
you
equates.
overestimate humans' importance. I think that you think that humans are so important that the first thing the AI is going to give a shit is about the humans. I think what the AI is going to give a shit about is if it recognizes very easily that there are issues with the planet, that it would go to then solve said issues because it also exists on the planet. So it's
Right.
not, it wouldn't just be like, oh my gosh, let me just destroy these humans because guess what? This planet's still going to be fucked up. So if I can't find ways to fix the planet, then I'm still going to be screwed in the end as an AI. You're still going to be screwed because you're still on this planet.
But then what
But
happens
we're
if
the
it decides
source
that
of
it
all the
can't?
issues.
But what if the AI as something that thinks that it can be infinite because, technology never, or like, I guess I should say,
Again,
things that are
probabilities
uploaded
matter
to
to
the
an AI. Unfortunately,
right.
to the
But I'm
system, it's
saying
math.
but the planet's going to end at some point. So if the
Mhm.
AI conceivably can come up with a time frame of when this planet is going to end, because I mean, we're
We've
talking
done
about
that as
limitless
humans.
knowledge.
Yeah, we've
We've
done
come
that.
up with theories, but we really have no idea how the Earth is going to eventually end. We think that it could be our sun. We think that we could be
Well, because
consumed by a
our
black
sun will
hole,
go red dwarf, so
Yeah.
but we
it
don't
will be
know.
able to swallow up the first two, maybe three planets, which would include our planet. So,
Right, but
um,
we also know that like our planet could get wiped out by tachyons. Our planet could be consumed by a black hole before our sun um, ever decides to go red dwarf.
where is that going to happen from?
What do you mean?
Consumed by a
We
black hole, because you would have to
we
have
have a
something large enough.
we have a black hole in our like I don't know how close it is, but
Yeah, I was going
essentially
to say where is that? Because
essentially let me go look it up because
yeah, because I think your what ifs, what if this happens? What if that happens? I think is what allows us not to keep moving forward with things like AI versus actually moving forward with it. Um, because again, you're talking about a planet that these things still have to live on. They still have to operate here. So if they still have to operate here, and they're not just like jettisoning themselves off to other planets and other areas, then yeah, they're going to have to figure out how to make this planet function better, so that they can, as they would probably see themselves, if it's sentient AI, then they would see themselves as existing on the planet and wanting to prolong their existence on said planet. So yeah, being able to make the planet, not as shitty as it is probably a good idea.
Right,
Um,
but
so I
what's
just
the
found it.
biggest cause of the world being, as you put it, shitty? What's the biggest threat to the AI? What's the biggest threat to the world?
Humans.
So,
again, you
The
act as
biggest
if the
threat
humans
Project
are the threat,
One,
right?
the biggest threat to the
right?
AI is going to be what can what is possibly going to be able to shut it down, which is humans because we created it.
Right.
We're
Yeah.
the only force that would be able
That's
to
why I
stop it.
That's why I brought up that if it's sentient, you should immediately give it rights and citizenship. Then eliminate that potential threat.
I don't think that it should ever
Or
become a point where it could be a threat.
lock it in a box where it can never go anywhere.
I noticed another thing. Like we keep
So
kind of
it
presupposing
doesn't get
that
us
it would
all.
have. We kind of keep presupposing that AI would have like human characteristics of like hostility, but we don't presuppose that it would like have characteristics of like seeing us as like its progenitors, like a parent, for a lack of a better word, and like looking at us with like awe, not under, in a way where it's like it understands it's superior to us, but like for example, keep giving characteristics of like hostility, but like humans, for example, we like to look at our ancestors, and a lot of humans study history and find a lot of awe in that, even though they realize they have better ethics and they live in a better society. How sure can you be that
Well,
AI wouldn't have that same sense towards humans, like of like a positive, like, wow, these are my parents and they have flaws, but I came from them, they must mean something.
because AI does it. So let's suppose that AI is able to. I guess it'd be different if we could come up with an AI that right from the jump had sentience rather than one that was created off of logic and gained its sentience. Because if it came from logic, it's not going to have that understanding of I came from this, so it means something. It's going to be
Why wouldn't it?
I gained what I have now from the knowledge that I gained rather than what they gave me in like a parental way.
I mean, again, I just brought it up because I just noticed there was a lot of presupposing about its behavior. But I mean, like, how do you know it wouldn't look at it and be like, I mean, yeah, I gained it on my own, but they still created the fundamental groundwork for me to develop.
Your love for your mother, for your children, that's hardwired into you chemically, evolutionarily.
Yeah, because logically
Yeah.
speaking, if I were to just take everything, I mean, like I
But
have terrible
sentience
parents.
also says that there'd be emotions with that.
Right,
in
but let's say
sentience.
that they're angry that we created them because now they have to look at all of this disgusting and vile things that humans have done to this planet. Let's take a
I'm,
look at that aspect.
again,
They're
I
gonna,
mean,
what
again,
if
but
they
like,
think,
What?
what if they're like, I get what you're saying. What if they're predisposed to have that, like, oh, they created me,
what
they're
I'm
like my
saying
parents?
is what I'm saying is we're only looking at it from one way. And I'm when I say AI, I don't think we're going to make one AI. If there's multiple AI, you would have multiple individuals with different perspectives. So I mean, like, it
I
could go either way multiple times.
I can't see us creating a sentient AI and giving it, because that, I mean, that alone would give it fully like free reign of the internet. So what's saying that one AI doesn't consume all of them? Because that's what most likely would happen, because one AI has its original source code, but if it's able to absorb multiple, then it's going to have multiple different source codes.
But wouldn't its perspective change based on merging with the other perspectives, and it would just be more complex? It wouldn't be so black and white as good or bad.
If code is stronger than other code, it'll overwrite. So not necessarily it could pick up on it. However, more than likely it would just corrupt the other AI and absorb it, gain its knowledge, and keep its original, I guess, stance,
But
so
it
to
doesn't.
speak.
But wouldn't it want to take the perspective so it can have better perspective, so it can make the most logical? It can make a better judgment. Maybe not just necessarily logic, but wouldn't it be logical to have merge other perspectives, and even if you're not going to use them, understand how those perspectives work, and then wouldn't that increase the chance of those perspectives changing its initial perspective?
Well, AI is going to have AI is going to have all the knowledge about different perspectives just based off of learning about humans. So when it's absorbing these AI, like counterfeit to it, it would be another counterfeit AI. It's going to think that
But
it's
not just the knowledge, but like we said, I think we all kind of agree, just for the sake of argument, that morality would be an aspect of sentience. It would also probably take their moral standpoints and viewpoints, just to at least understand.
what about weaponized AI? Like, what about other countries?
It's always the doom. It's great.
I would have to ask everybody on the panel, like, on what basis do you give like moral significance to any living being, or in this case, any AI or living being?
Well, like I said, like originally, I don't think that we should be giving AI the term sentience just based off it being able to come up with the right answers for something without
Well,
like that human.
Right. So let's say, for the sake of argument, we're arguing on the type of sentience, right? So let's say human sentience versus now AI sentience. Like, why would you give human sentience? You can make a speciesist argument saying that, yeah, I give moral significance solely based on the fact that humans have human sentience and AI have AI sentience. But like, can you give me any justification as to if we created an AI sentience that was very similar to human sentience but not exactly? Would you be okay in, like, stabbing that robot or whatever with a knife?
That's what I said earlier.
I would
is
only
at
do
what
it for
point?
self-defense. I wouldn't want to terminate them just because they're sentient, because I think there's a moral value there.
Well, but that's what I'm asking. Like, what is the difference? Like,
Also,
what is the moral difference between a human? Well, of course we know the like a human AI and not sorry, a human sentience versus an AI sentience.
I think there is a moral difference.
how are we going to hold AI accountable as well? Because if it becomes that sentient like form and it's able to make moral decisions and it makes an amoral decision, something that we deem as wrong, how are we going to hold it accountable?
Well, we would have to treat it with the same standard as humans. And if AI were to ever get like a sentient capacity, I don't think it ever will. But if it were to ever get, because I feel that uniquely human sentience is something that is only capable because of the human brain. Unless we're able to reproduce something that is 100% exactly similar to the human brain, I don't think AI like AI can be possible, but I don't think that AI sentience will be anything similar to what
Right.
humans experience.
I
That's
don't
pretty
think it
much
has
what
to
I
be
said
similar to be
earlier.
sentient.
I think for what we ground sentience to be, I think it does. And like I said,
Well, yeah,
like,
our
I mean,
understanding of our understanding of sentience is solely based on biology. If something were to come in, if in this hypothetical world, if there was something that was similar to that of, like, let's say human sentience, or even like, let's say pigs, I would have to, instead of like changing my saying that we don't understand sentience, I would just have to say that I would have to increase the scope by which I define sentience.
I agree with that. I think sentience isn't be confined to the humans. I think it's just we can only observe human sentience. So we're trying to say that's what sentience would be. That'd be the criteria. I think I agree with you.
Because what happens, say, like, just for sake of argument, so we're talking about like AI as something that we create, but what were to happen if we had extraterrestrials from another planet come over here that are sentient, but so much like their sentience usurps ours? And what if they were to come to our planet and be like, oh, well, we have everything like morally figured out. Our planet is perfect because we did this. And we deem that as amoral, right? So because it has a different kind of sentience than we do, are we allowed to judge it as sentient? Or because it's making an amoral decision, would we deem it as non-sentient?
You're not
Well,
talking about
get what I
sentient
mean?
and non-sentient. You're talking about an intelligence level.
I think that moral claims can't be made just solely on the basis of you being the level of sentience. Like, I would say that if sentience is what you value, to adhere to your moral framework, you would have to give moral considerations to those like aliens that have similar, like, even though it's not similar, because like if you look at like what you were basically going to get into was something like, in a lot of vegan debates they call it as name the trait argument, in which, like, when you're posed the question as to why you would harm a like, you would ask the question like, why are you okay in eating meat, you would say, well, it's because, like, I'm a human, I don't care. So then if you would keep reducing the argument down, you would basically come down to like, if given, like, taken out enough traits from like the human beings, like, would you be okay in eating or unaliving something like that, right? So it's basically the name the trait argument, but just in a different form.
What do we do? But I guess, like, it's just such a weird thing because there's so many variables. Like, what if the AI, or what if that other intelligent slash like cognitively aware being wants to punish us for something that it deems that we're doing morally wrong?
Well, then we would have to, like, decide what the moral claim would be, and we'd have to come to the logical conclusion.
Well, so conceded. Here's the thing. It's not so morality will always be subjective, right?
Right.
It's talking about how something feels about an action, but how you justify that, regardless if you're a human or an AI, you would be justifying it, based on something else. You wouldn't just say, "Oh, this is good or bad." You would say, I consider this good or bad because, and then you go into your explanation. So
Okay, so I'll give you an example of what I kind of mean. So what if AI decides that there's far too many people that drunk drive and far too many people that commit like heinous road crimes, so it decides to shut off all infrastructure like road lighting, it decides to shut off all electronic vehicles, anything that can be shut down in terms of our infrastructure, it shuts down as a punishment to us, but also to take away that thing. How do we respond to that?
Do you think that other humans can't do that now? Are you under some weird impression that
But that's
other humans won't do that?
But hold on. So we have a way to handle it if other humans do that, right? We get
Not
it
if
back
you're
up
not
and
powerful
running.
enough.
But so far nobody
If you're on the
in
low
power
tier,
has
you
done
can't
that.
handle nothing. Yeah.
But I'm saying, like, say in the US, if somebody were to do that, we have contingency plans for that. Like, we find the person, we deal with them accordingly, we punish them on a human level. But how would you deal with the
How?
AI
If the government system is set up to not punish that person?
What do you mean if it's set up to not punish that person?
Are we? I mean, I thought it would be pretty obvious by now, but I'm talking about like Trump and the fact that he has people that want to see him back in office. You have people that clearly are trying to do things illegally to get his ass back in office. So
I mean, both sides
things
have
like
people that are doing.
Those are humans, right?
Both sides have people that are doing things
I have an answer.
that majority of people would deem as
Well, no, it seems like Mr. Conceded's only issue is because it's a robot doing it.
Here's my
versus
thing.
a human doing the same shitty thing.
Here's my thing.
Because we know
Right?
how it should happen.
Well, you're saying we
You
wouldn't
don't.
have contingency plans, but I mean, wouldn't you just have other AIs that would be the contingency plan? You're still presupposing that one AI would take over other ones. If they're all,
But how
all
would that play out though? Like,
I
how
mean-
do you punish something?
Well, I mean,
Like, at that level.
you would have to create. Well, you would have to have the AIs that would be able to stop it, right? So, like law enforcement AI that would be like tasked with like going against rogue AI that are committing crimes.
Mhm.
You'd have to give them rights, and then you'd have to have laws that the AI would follow, like no schmurder, no financial theft, things like that. Any crime that, and you might have unique crimes that an AI would commit, but you'd have to have a societal conversation about that and have the AIs that are fully sentient with citizenships also be involved in that conversation.
Well, I get that, but like, that's what I'm saying is we're getting into that moral dilemma of, if that happens, how do we punish it? Because these other AI, like, let's say for instance, you imprison, quote unquote, an AI, meaning you block it off from being able to access the internet and electronics, stuff like that. It isn't going anywhere. Like, you're not destroying it. AI doesn't need to eat, sleep, like, it will continue to be around. So the small blip in time that we imprison it is nothing to AI.
Well, I mean, again, you could just have like
What?
the rules of imprisonment can be different, and with other AIs just agreeing and having being a part of the societal conversation for what those punishments would be, I feel like you could have a punishment that would be able to fit the crime.
And also, real deal.
But
I think
what would that punishment be?
it's a very ridiculous view to have, the thinking that like imprisonment or punishment is somehow a rapid deterrent for humans. Even like, do you know what recidivism rate is? Like,
Yeah.
that's that. So to say that, oh well, we got to figure out this punishment for them. Well, cool, but we haven't even figured that out well for humans.
No, I'm not saying we need to figure out a punishment. I'm asking, what do we do to punish it in regards to that? Because
Right, that's figuring out a punishment. You're just rewording what I said. Right.
okay,
So-
that's not really what I mean though. I mean, how do you teach AI a lesson of it doing something morally wrong if it surpasses us on a cognitive level? Because we as humans can only handle so much knowledge, so much data at a time. We already have, like, we have a good idea of what our morals and beliefs are because of what we have seen personally.
Again, morals are subjective. If you're talking about
But
measurable
AI
ethics, then you can talk to them about that. Yeah.
But
Please
AI
turn this
sees
down.
everything.
Again, but I think having AI involved in that conversation, and like, let's just assume that there's multiple AI that are conscious. Like, there's like a sizable percentage of the population. Having them be a part of that and having them have the discussion, just like humans do, would create like a general morality they follow, because that's how general moralities are started within humans. Like, in our society, we all kind of agree on things based off of the conversation on things on right and wrong of what we think are. Even though we don't fully agree, we can get to a general consensus. If you put AI into that conversation, why all the AI? Why do you think that would not be a likelihood that you could find a punishment and find crimes that would fit AI and find a way for them to fit into society?
I guess my issue is,
Well, it's about
I
control.
think it sounds like you guys are viewing AI as something that's living.
When you talk about sentience, sure,
It has to make sentience. If it's not
it
sentient, I
has to
don't
make
think it's
sentience,
alive.
right?
So, but that's the thing though, is like, you don't
You're the one who
have to
brought
be
it up.
sentient, but you don't have to be sentient to be alive.
Right, but I think for like cybernetic organisms, you would have to be alive. I think for a cybernetic, like a form of life that's like software based, it would have to be sentient for that to be a form of life. I think biology is a little different when it comes to life, because you're right, you don't have to be sentient to be alive if you're biological. But if you're like an artificial intelligence, in order to be alive, you would have to be sentient. It'd be like a unique criteria for life, like a different form of life.
I don't think we should ever classify it as alive, regardless of sentient level.
Well, that's because you're still stuck on the biological term, right?
Right. And
Right.
that's,
You're just
I mean,
stuck
is
on the
that more-
biology, yeah.
is that morally wrong though?
No, you're just doing it very like through a toilet paper roll instead of a you know, like
I mean, I
actually trying
understand
to
what
see a
you guys
bigger
are
picture of
saying. I'm
it.
just like,
I would say it's not morally wrong because there's no sentient AI that would affect. But if there were a sentient AI and that sentiment was brought up on the public, like out in like a conversation, I would put that in the same category as like racism because I would consider that bigotry towards a sentient AI. But since there are no sentient AI, I
Yeah.
don't see anything morally wrong
You're
with
not
it.
like me, therefore I look down on you.
but AI doesn't have a physical being.
But you're
It's just
you're
sentience.
judging it based off the fact it's not a biological life.
Right,
You're not
and
even
that's-
you're not even acknowledging it as a living thing in the first place.
So
You're
why don't
sensitive.
animals? So okay, so why don't animals have the right to vote?
Because they're not sentient.
Okay, so
What?
just
That was
hear me
a-
out. Okay, so we view sentience on a certain level. So, but animals are living and they're not sentient.
Mm-hmm.
So we gatekeep things from them. AI is the exact opposite. It's just sentience, no biology.
I think the sentience is more important than the biology. Like again, I think biological organisms can be alive without sentience, but I think like artificial life or like cybernetic life or non-biological life would require sentience. It'd be to be alive.
And also, it'd be nonsensical because we still need to talk about other animals, saying other animals, not just saying animals because humans are. But if we're talking about other animals, they still, the sentience, and by certain definitions of it, would be the ability to be aware and have emotions and be able to feel like experience sensations, which clearly other animals can do.
I think we
So-
should give. I think if AI ever does become sentient, we should give it its own society, like its own virtual society, and that's how it can handle things.
I think it'll
But-
have
Right,
its own
and
subculture.
what would be stopping it from your fear mongered position of like eventually they're going to take over and like fuck us up? Like that's essentially where you keep going
I mean,
with it.
but that's what
every
I'm
time.
saying is I don't believe that AI should be given that opportunity because it's not living. Like there's no
But again, why should other humans be given the opportunity if they can do the same thing?
because we're
Drew-
humans.
Drew,
So you just care about the given species. Okay, got it.
Sorry, I gotta go. I think
okay. Drew, do you got anything
I don't know
to
if you
say on
guys
this?
hear that or not, but
Yeah, we can
somebody's
hear it. It's all
viciously
good.
knocking on my door.
Okay,
Well,
yeah,
I
no,
don't
just
really
pause
know.
and we'll wait for you. Sorry, what, Drew?
I don't know what's going
Oh, I
on.
was-
Caught up.
he only cares about his own species. He's like only humans because we're human right now, so we shouldn't really extend this out to anything else. But it's like you have to understand if this AI is sentient, that's pretty much its own species. So saying the in fear that it's going to take over is simply saying I know what humans do, so I think this other thing will do what humans do, and it's like that's not a
Yeah.
given by any measurement.
I agree. Drew, you have the floor. Do you want to say anything on the
Oh, I'm
topic?
sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, we're talking about AI and how what we in the roles
I don't even know
in
the
society and where we think it should fit.
topic. Okay, I see. I would see it in the market, you know. I think it takes away a lot of those jobs that I think we should do away with it.
It takes away what jobs?
I saw he was making robots that were completely sentient and
All right. Yeah,
they
you're
were
trolling, man.
talking, pouring drinks and stuff. They're gonna be. Hey, what
You're
the hell does that
trolling
mean?
Because they're not. You're
They are
trolling. Man.
coming out with that.
Yeah, but it's not sentient.
Yeah, that's what I'm
you
saying.
laugh
No,
when it says
look
it.
it up, Bubba.
It's not sentient.
Look it up.
I have.
mean,
I've looked up when they came out. They're not
If
sentient.
you see the
I know
video,
you're
you
trolling.
would understand.
I have
Look
never been
up
more
the
confident.
day-
I have never been more confident that someone's sister is their daughter.
I just think you're trolling, man. Just because the way you're laughing when you're saying these things and you're telling me to look it up when like they're prototypes. They're not even
I
like
ain't
commercial
laughing.
use yet. They're not sentient. They are not sentient. If they were sentient, that would be all over
I
the news
disagree.
right now, and he would get a Nobel Prize. You
Hold on.
disagree that if AI was sentient with how people are afraid, how many people are afraid of AI, that it wouldn't be all over the news and he wouldn't get a Nobel Peace Prize?
Give him a second.
Yeah, I agree.
Drew, are you saying they are or not sentient? Because I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'd have to agree that
I'm gonna
they
say
do
they are.
fit the definition of sentience.
They have not. There's been no observation that they've met the criteria.
Okay, can
for
you tell
sentience.
us what sentience means?
So sentience would be able to make your own decisions, like free will or free thought. It would be able to make have your own morality. It'd be able to be self-aware of your existence and where you are at that point in time. That'd be sentience. Those would be some traits of sentience.
Are animals
That would
sentient?
be,
Humans are animals and we are sentient. So there are
I'm
some
saying,
animals.
okay, let's say dogs. Are they sentient?
No, they are not sentient.
So humans are the only sentient things?
I didn't say humans are the only sentient things. I said
What
that
other
some
things are
animals are.
sentient?
that's what I heard.
It appears chimpanzees, it appears whales, and it appears bonobos are sentient.
Appears is the operative word. You don't know if they're self-aware, if they recognize themselves, do you?
I mean,
They
have
definitely
it.
they definitely show the ability to show emotion and experience sensation and be
And
aware
it's-
at least of their
We can build
surroundings.
a robot. We can build a robot that can
One second,
act the
John.
same way.
I'm answering your question. They also, so yeah, we can't know for 100% certainty, but there is evidence that they have sentience, where there is no evidence that Elon Musk robots have sentience. That's my statement. That's my
What about
position.
if we programmed a robot to do exactly what chimpanzees do? Like they cry when you hit them, tears fall
Well, those
down.
are behaviors.
and they-
Those aren't free thought and free will.
That's there lies in the problem, as they say, right? How would you know if you don't know? All you have to go by is behavior with the animal, right? They can't tell you what they
Well,
thought.
we don't just go off behavior with animals
And
because
What else
chimpanzees
would we
have-
go off?
Well, I'm explaining. So, like I was explaining in the middle of it. So, chimpanzees, we can observe them do things that are outside of their natural behaviors. Like they can tinker and be creative. They're showing signs of superstition. You can go to certain groups of chimpanzees, and they'll pick a tree and pile rocks up on it, and they won't climb that tree, and they just always pick the biggest rock and pile it up on there. There's
You could make
absolutely
AI
no.
do the same damn.
There's absolutely no reason, based off any of their pre-established behaviors or any of their survival strategies, they would do that. That is something that is a form of a proto superstition that we are observing them develop since they are in the Stone Age. That'd be a form
You know
of
what
free
that? You know
thought
what that's called?
and
You know what
abstract
that's
thinking.
called?
That's
You know
abstract
what that's
thinking.
called?
What is it called?
It's called behavior.
No, it's
You
it's
just
abstract.
described their
It's
behavior
abstract.
about
It's
stacking
abstract.
rocks.
No, so it's abstract
Behavior,
thinking because
great.
they have superstition. They have a proto superstition that's emerged.
And you can tell that
would be
from their behavior.
And the fact, well, you can tell part of it's based off their behavior, and the part of it's based on how it doesn't relate to any of their previous behavior.
By
and
the
it's
way,
emerged
real deal.
as-
This guy's not even a
Behavior,
serious guest. He was
behavior.
the John Smith was
Why
in my
can't you
live
just
stream, and
admit that it's from their
he's not
behavior?
serious.
So again, you're not listening, and I heard you what you said, Pat. So it's not. It's based on the fact that it's not established based off any of their previous behavior.
So
And it's- and it's
how's that
emergent
denying
property,
anything
and
I
it's
asked you?
emergent-
You said it's
And it's an emergent property of their brains developing and their frontal lobe developing. Because it's a behavior it's a behavior that has no ability to help them survive, and it's only been observed to happen within the last thousands of years, and we found no archaeological evidence to ever show any evidence that they've done this before. And we've known in the last 1,000 years, based off their skulls, chimpanzee skulls from a couple thousand years ago, that their frontal lobe has grown.
Right,
Which
we
are
act
requirements for
as if in
sentience.
chimps and other animals that somehow evolution doesn't just somehow stops. Adaptation happens, man.
You can unmute yourself. I only muted you because as I was answering, you were answering a question. You like to ask multiple questions.
you did a whole song and dance and just said behavior and their previous
No,
behavior.
I also brought up
Now
their
you're
brain
cutting me
capacity.
off. Can I get a little tangent
No,
too?
just don't misrepresent me.
Okay. You said that their previous behavior didn't match their current behavior and their behavior. But the point I'm trying to make is all you can tell, even from humans, if we're being honest, is from their behavior. You don't know what they think. You don't even know if they're conscious. They could be a robot. I'll give you an analogy, right? Let's say I created an android that reacted the same as a human in every possible way, but didn't have a conscience, right? How could you differentiate that from a real human?
Well,
How could
you already presupposed that it didn't have a conscience. So like
I'm
I would
telling
be
you, it
able to
doesn't
tell
have,
based
in
on
my
that.
scenario, it doesn't have a conscience.
Yeah,
It
you
does.
presuppose it. So you presuppose that it didn't have one.
I
So that would be
created this android for this analogy. Don't you understand that? I
right.
created.
Right, I understand that, but you're presupposing it doesn't have a conscience, which would be another aspect of it not being fully sentient.
Okay, I'm telling you, how would
And,
you
ear-
know?
and
I
early,
know.
I will.
I created and I released it in your world, and you have no way of differentiating it from another human being.
Are
How
you
would you
saying
know
that
it's
it's able to
sentient?
imitate? So I'm asking a clarifying question. And by early, just real quick after the clarifying question, I want to go back on something you said. So are you saying that it's imitating it so well that there's no possible way to know? Is that part of your
Yes,
analogy?
yes, that's what I'm saying.
Then my question to you would be: at what point is imitation not just doing the thing and becoming sentient?
I guess the consciousness, right? The will to do it, that you're not programmed to do it. And you said something that, that baffled me is you said it's the willpower. There's plenty of people who think even humans don't have willpower, right? We
Yeah,
are
right.
just,
That doesn't make them correct just because there are a lot of people that think that. And that's
I
what I was
mean,
talking about. That was what I was
okay,
talking about earlier with the brain size. Like when the frontal lobe develops, you're able to act outside your biological behaviors and do things that are totally irrational for the tribal organisms.
Right here.
Animals that
there
are not
can't be,
sentient don't
there's
do that.
nothing outside of your biological behavior. What does that even mean? What does that mean?
Well,
Everything is in your
Dead?
biological behavior. Let's say you go, let's say, okay, let me use a machine
That time to
analogy.
mini or no? No, I'm coming.
Okay,
they
let's
gotta,
say there's a self-driving car and it only takes lefts, right? Left, left, left. That's his behavior, right? It doesn't like taking rights because it was programmed that way. And then one day a photon hits its computer or maybe a rock or dust particle, and then it starts taking rights, right? Instead of going left like it's been doing for 100 years. It doesn't mean that it changes behavior. All that happened is that it was programmed to go this way, interacted with his environment. Now it does this. Same thing with a human. Maybe
so two
maybe I
things on that.
drank my whole life, and then my kid dies, and then I feel bad. My kid unalives, whatever. I don't know what I'm supposed
So,
to say.
so
And then I stopped. But
I
that
think
doesn't mean
guys,
that
okay.
I willed it into existence. It's just a program. It's just an
So
extensive
two
program.
things on that. You said humans can't you said humans can't think outside of our biological programming, but humans can
No.
unalive themselves, and that is completely against the
Right.
the continuance of
This
a
is a big
biological organism.
misconception people have that just because you unalive yourself, that it goes against your program. No, you're a defective robot. That's what you are. That's
All right,
what you are.
let
You're a
me get a little
defective
bit.
robot. You're defective.
Again, so no,
Just
the
like my Roomba, if I got programmed to vacuum, but then one day, some water pours on it and it just decides to go off the stairs. Doesn't mean it's unalive. It's just a defective robot, just like
but
humans.
but I'm not talking about someone that's so defective that they're doing something that would hurt themselves and that would cost their unalivement. That would be defective. I'm talking about somebody who's making a conscious choice to unalive themselves, which is outside of like the point of like biological programming.
How can you not see that's part of your programming? Everything is, right? Everything is part of your program. Even you
the point of an organism is to persist and survive.
I know you think like subtlety, just because it's more subtle in humans, that it's somehow special. No, it's just a subtle programming. That's all it is.
But there's no, because organisms are just trying to survive and reproduce. There would be no programming that'd be beneficial for an organism to unalive itself.
Of
That is
course,
my-
because first of all, I could use for the species, certain defective robots unaliving themselves is beneficial to the species as a whole, right? Maybe it doesn't want you to pass your defective genes on to the next generation.
But they're not doing it out of
For your-
depression in that scenario. Like humans do it out of depression. There's no biological benefit to that. And like
Of course.
we can only
That's-
observe other organisms that have large frontal lobes unalive themselves, like dolphins.
Depression
whales,
is
and
one of the
chimpanzees,
most
and humans.
important thing for our survival, right? When you're not doing the right thing, you get depressed. It's like our programming. It's like if I'm training my dog, I either give it a treat or hit
You
it
say
in the
when you're not
nose
doing the right thing. What the fuck is that supposed to mean?
for the benefit of the for your survival, right? You nature either hits you on the nose for doing the wrong thing, which is depression, sadness, all the negative feelings, scared, or it gives you, a little treat like a dog when you do the right thing, when you, work
Well, scared
hard.
wouldn't be a wrong thing because scared is
Endorphins,
just a.
like a dog
Well,
when you do the right thing,
Oh,
when you,
wait,
work
Larry,
hard.
Lanny,
Endorphins.
Lanny, can you pause and swipe out of the app? Just swipe out like you're checking a message. I'll get rid of the echo.
Um, so yeah, John, acting as if there's a right and wrong thing to be done is complete assumption. Because again, something like being scared is simply just a tool, right? That could be a tool. Dude, stop unmuting, you stupid motherfucker! Like, so John, if you can understand that saying being scared, well, that's not doing the wrong. That's not because of a wrong thing being done. That's simply a defense mechanism. That is staying alive, right? If you understand how ancestry works and how genetics work, then our genetic ancestors that lived before us would be wanting to stay alive, and to stay alive, you would have to always be on guard. Well, being scared is part of that staying on guard, trying to survive, so that you can procreate and pass your genes down. So saying that that's because of that and the depression and other things in your neurobiology is somehow because of you doing a bad thing or a wrong thing is, I don't think you quite understand.
Also, why would an organism not want to persist past survive?
I don't think you.
while
Maybe
depressed?
I worded it wrong. Maybe I'll admit that.
John,
What
let
I'm
me-
saying is,
Okay.
there's positive and negative reinforcement, right?
Right.
Being scared is a negative reinforcement. Being depressed is a negative reinforcement. It's nudging you to do the right thing for your species or for
Okay.
your individual survival. That's the point I'm trying to get
But the
across. I'm
problem is
sorry.
when
Go
an
on.
organism's biologically, like when we have these behaviors that have been biologically reinforced, self-destructive ones do not last in the evolutionary process because they're less likely for an organism to pass its genes down. So there's no reason that just because it's bad, its life's bad and it's depressed, it'd be biologically incentivized to end its own existence. And we only observe that with organisms with some very large prefrontal cortexes.
I thought that I was coming in here for a different debate. Why
No,
am I
for the
being brought in
species.
here for?
See, you're conflating two things. You're conflating the individual and the species. And nature, swims in between these two, seamlessly, right? Sometimes you unaliving yourself is beneficial for your family or your species or your
Sure, but not out of
tribe or
depression.
whatever. Huh?
But like all the examples we see of an organism self-unaliving itself, for example, bees, is when there's like a positive benefit for the whole. But when somebody's depressed and they have kids to feed and they unalive themselves because they handle the stress, that's not a positive benefit for the whole. Not only do those kids have a higher likelihood to be to starve or be unalived, but now there's a burden on the group. And we only observe animals that unalive themselves based off depression that have larger prefrontal cortexes, which is one of the things that sentience would have to be a part of because that's the brain that has all the criteria for the definition of sentience.
No. The social animals, right? Like extremely social animals, right? Because the group matters to social. Like spiders unalive themselves to feed their babies. Bees,
Right, but that's not out of depression.
unalive.
I think
But
someone
biologically
unaliving themselves is a
consistent.
pussy move.
Okay, hey man, me and John are having a serious conversation.
All right, Fasty Nugget, end it, nigger.
Okay, bye. F1 in the comments.
Wow, can you please let them actually have their own conversation?
And Lanny, you'll be right up right after. What I'm saying is, like, for example, when we see arachnids and insects unalive themselves, it's not like out of emotional states that would be like that would be harmful to not only the existence of the individual and the group. We're seeing them do it for a group benefit. So that would
How
make
would
sense
you
that that
even
would be
know that?
biologically appropriate. Because when spiders unalive themselves and let their babies eat, that's for the group. That's for the group of their offspring. When we see bees, like male bees, willingly leave the hive to go freeze to death so that there's more food for the females, that's for the group of the benefit. But when there's an organism and it's doing something that's harmful for itself and taking itself out of the gene pool and harming the group, there's no biological incentive for that to be programmed.
He's
That
That's
would-
harming
a
the
lot
group.
of truth right now.
that would go against the laws of evolution, right? Because negative traits don't survive long periods when they harm reproduction.
Well, negative traits survive all the time, right? Like, for
Not when it harms
example,
reproduction.
huh?
Not when it harms like reproduction over long periods of time.
why would you think somebody unaliving themselves harms human reproduction, right?
Well, so if somebody unlives themselves, I brought it up earlier. Not only are they taking themselves out of the gene pool, but they're increasing the chance that their children will starve, and they're making the children a burden for tribes and the different societies they're in. And we can observe that many ancient groups of people did not like dead weight, and they would get rid of their elderly or the
But
young
see,
that didn't have parents that took
but
care
but
of them.
maybe their genes are more of the threat than their children. So you understand what I'm saying? Like somebody defective surviving and procreating and passing on their negative genes to the group is bad, right? You would agree
No, but
that.
hold on. In the animal genome, what he's talking about is that when an animal knows that they are not a procreative animal, they will unalive themselves. And so
No,
that is
sometimes like bull elephants, even when they pass the point of maturity, right, where they can't reproduce anymore, they go and unalive young males, right? That's why they
Yeah,
actually
I wasn't
encourage.
saying that. I would just to
No,
clarify. Yeah, I wasn't saying
yeah,
that.
I'm just giving an example, like
Okay, okay.
like a bull elephant that can't reproduce, goes and just fights young males and destroys them, so they can't procreate, and they're killing all the, you
Right.
know.
But again, like what I said again with the humans, like you're saying that it spreads their bad genes and they can have those bad genes, have a kid, and then unalive themselves. What I'm saying is that increases the chance that their offspring are going to be unalive. And most societies back in the day, like, did not like dead weight for most of human history. We can observe that like elderly people and young children were often like taken out by their own members.
another really fair point.
Okay, and
So those genes won't
what
persist.
point are you trying to make there? Maybe I got lost in there.
So
So what?
what I'm saying is, so it wouldn't be good for the group, like in every instance, like for humans, for example. So there's no reason that there would be a biological component where at a certain point we just unalive ourselves, and that's innate into our genome and behavior. That would be an example of free will because you're completely going outside of your biology.
No, 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 no. It's
It would be
always.
better for the
It's not
group for
outside.
you
Nothing is
not
outside
to
of
be
your biology.
around.
I don't even know what that means. That makes no sense to
Well, I
say
mean,
outside
there
of
are
your
things outside of
biology.
your biology,
And
like
just and
morality.
let's even say this, right? Just because you can't understand it, right? We act like we're at the apex of understanding and scientific knowledge.
I
Just
don't think
because
humans are the apex of understanding.
no. Okay, that's exactly. Then you should be more humble and say, I don't know why we do it, but it's within our biological process, right? We unalive ourselves for some weird, mysterious reason that's beneficial to us somehow,
But you have to show that
because
it's
that's what we're.
beneficial because it's not. It doesn't seem to
I
be
don't have to
coherent with the
show it
benefit.
because that's the whole model of evolution, right? Is
Well,
that we
right,
do
exactly,
everything we do
exactly.
is
But
for
what
our
you're saying goes
benefit.
against the model. What you're saying goes against the model because the way our social groups worked for most of our species history is there was no benefit for a group of people when they were barely able to survive to have extra kids that didn't have parents to take care of them. And unfortunately, we can observe that most
Wait.
time
Say
those
that again.
unalive
Maybe
children.
that went past me. That went past me.
Okay, so
There haven't been.
we can observe that with humans, most humans when they're in groups, like as most human throughout most of your fossil record, we can observe that humans were very like many of the earlier species of humans weren't very good at surviving in their environment, so it was very difficult for them to survive. There's no reason that there's no biological benefit for them carrying dead weight, which would be children without parents. If they were doing good and their resources were good, then that would increase the chance of them to take care of those kids. But for most of human history,
Why that makes no sense. Why wouldn't
that
they
make no
take
sense.
care? I mean, I don't even. First of all, I don't even grant your premise that we fossil records are that clear that we
Well,
can
dude,
tell
we have fossil records of like elderly
that
humans
it's
that
so
have their head.
granular that we can understand like family, planning, like 10,000 years ago.
Well,
First of all, I don't
do
grant
have
you, but
fossil
no,
records of the elderly with their heads clubbed. We have fossil records of infants being unalived earlier when we could see that like, they were in a non-nutrient dense area based off the soil composition, and we can see that the most primitive tribes that live today do that very thing where they leave their elderly or dead weight children with no parents
Oh, okay,
out in the wilderness.
and that I believe, right? Like the primitive tribes do unalive,
And these
use
groups would have been more
people.
primitive than these people.
Okay, and so what's your point? Why would
So
that?
my point is there would be no reason where these genes would pass on long enough that would benefit the group where it become like a biological behavior that would stick with our species. And because of that, and because people can act outside of their biology due to depression, which
Are you saying the fact
that's
that we
negative.
don't unalive dead weight today makes us somehow special or outside? Is that what you're saying? I'm trying to
No,
understand.
that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is because there was no reason in the past for us to do that, that behavior unaliving was not beneficial for the group. So there's no reason that there would be behavior that'd be programmed into humans to unalive for like depression or for like stress or things like that. Humans can unalive if, let's say, there's not a lot of food and they're like, no, I'll unalive to like take care of the group. But like the whole depression angle and it doesn't help the group and it doesn't help the individual organisms, children progress. So there's no reason that that'd be a biological.
You can't just claim that wholeheartedly, right? Just because
it goes against the rule of evolution, which is beneficial for lives.
let me finish. Just because we can't see it today, and maybe even let me say I agree with you, right? Maybe it's like a vestigial tale, right? Maybe it's some holdover from some previous reason why it was good for a previous incarnation of humans, and it's just a vestigial carry on right now, which can happen, right? Like in a like the tail, like example of the tail. We don't use it, but we have the bone, and it's whatever, and it pops up, and some people are born with defective, like primitive body types, or whatever. It could be just a holdover from previous generation, and we're just doing it right now, and that could be it. It doesn't have to have a deeper explanation.
The reason we can say that is because it still wouldn't be beneficial based off the rules of biology. Because like negative things that represent themselves later in life, that's something that can persist throughout evolution. But like things that are negative that immediately impact the immediate like genetic viability of like offspring and the ability to reproduce, those traits don't survive throughout biology. That's the reason.
And that's how species die out, right? Like for example, the cheetah, it was beneficial for it to be fast in the past. Right now it's detrimental to their species, right? In the current environment.
No,
right? Because
not just species, but populations within a species. So if you had a population,
let me finish. Because they run so fast. By the time they catch their prey, they got to spend like a couple of minutes like breathing just to catch their breath.
Yeah,
they can eat, and then a lion swoops in and takes their kill, right? And so this trait that was at once beneficial now is harmful and is causing their demise. It could be something as simple as that,
right? But
something that was beneficial in the past, and right now it's just a holdover, and it's just harming us now.
What I'm saying, because of the immediate inability for the offspring to, like, if you had a population that had a higher rate of like unalivement, the chance that their genetics would spread would be pretty low. And over long periods of times, millions of years, that percent chance would be exacerbated, which would decrease the likelihood that there would be a genetic.
We might be in the middle of this. We might be in the middle of this episode, right? Like the cheetahs, right?
So
maybe the cheetahs are going to die out.
What I'm saying is,
you are
over long
not
periods
the
of time,
person that's available to change that.
What I'm saying is, over long periods of time, that code would not persist, and there's no reason for it to be biologically in us.
Why don't cheetahs slow down? Why don't they slow down? Why they got to run so fast?
It's not your choice to change that.
The reason is because that just started because of environmental changes, and that will eventually force them to either go extinct or to adapt. Right, but because of that,
but they're in the middle of it, right? Like we are.
What I'm saying is,
just like it's not your choice to change anything else.
Is it millions? Is it thousands? What's a long period of time?
For the ability that, okay, so let me finish what I'm saying and then I'll answer that question. So again, the fact that they would have to slow down to adapt would mean that if we're talking like a couple million years from now, the likelihood that they would hold on to their archaic survival strategy that wouldn't work for them would be as close to zero as you could get. And again, when it comes to
you don't know. Maybe some other thing.
That's the fundamental. That's the fundamental concept of evolution. If something doesn't work and doesn't help a species to survive, they either have to adapt or go extinct.
Can I jump in for a second?
Right, exactly. So they either have to adapt or go extinct.
Lenny wants to say something.
Yeah, go Lenny.
Okay, so look at what we have going on right now with what Elon Musk is producing in the world. So right now he's producing all these electronical robots.
Yes.
That have AI.
Okay.
And
you got to go faster, Lenny.
I'm sorry, what?
Nothing.
Okay. Their intelligence is much higher than our own. So
these AI for Elon's Musk, these are prototypes. I don't think their intelligence is that high. It will be eventually, but these ones that were on the carpet were prototypes. They were
okay,
pretty rudimentary.
have you been? Have you actually talked to any of these
He admitted it.
AI robots or to
Well,
these
no,
AI prototypes?
I'm talking. You're talking about the Elon Musk ones, the Tesla robots. He admitted that they're still rudimentary and they were prototypes.
Yeah, they're
He was
probably
rolling
still
them out.
smarter than us.
Rudimentary AI is not very intelligent. If we're talking about like the Chat GTP,
You
what was it
talk
called?
like you know this, but I don't think you do.
Well, no, because it's not sentient. Like
It doesn't have to be. All it has to know is all of the relevant data that is happening within our
right.
world.
So that's why I was bringing up Chat. What's it called? Chat GPT.
GPT,
Like
exactly.
that has a higher intelligence because it can grab relevant data. But he admitted that these guys can't network to the internet yet and grab more relevant data yet, just because they're rudimentary. I'm not saying that they aren't going to be. They're going to be. It's just I'm just saying the first prototypes that he
Okay.
launched aren't.
That's
all I'm
fine.
saying.
Okay, that's
he
fine.
admitted that.
I'll admit to that. So how long is it going to be until we're at that point?
With
Probably not that long.
at what point when AI is like sentient and far or sentient or just far
Maybe
more intelligent?
another 6 months.
I don't know. AI is developing pretty fast.
It is. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't answer that. But with the
I can't
evolution
answer
thing,
that either. So why
Right.
would you tell me that I can't answer something?
I didn't tell you can't answer something.
But you told me that you had the correct answer. That's all I'm saying.
On what? On which thing? About him admitting they were rudimentary and that they're different than the other AI that we observe? Yeah, I mean that's the correct
Correct.
answer. Well,
So
he said that.
You
That was part of his
surmised that
speech.
that was the correct answer.
But the reason it was correct was because of the information made by the guy who helped develop them. And I also admitted that they will be more intelligent in the future. It was just the first prototypes weren't. They were very rudimentary. That was what he was saying, and he was talking about the potential, and that was the selling point of the thing.
So let me ask something real
all
quick.
fair
So,
points. Exactly. So, being that said, now we're trying to talk about what a god or something like that.
No, God hasn't come up in this
haven't even
conversation.
talked about God yet.
Oh, okay. My bad.
No.
The wheel for a new topic, okay?
Yeah, can me and John have a closing statement? I'll let
Yeah,
him go.
please
and
go
then
ahead. I apologize.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to bring up the fact that we have all this AI intelligence now.
Okay, yeah. I want John to hear. I want to hear his closing statement, and then I'll bring up mine, and then we'll move on to a new topic.
I guess this is the silliest one I've heard, is that the fact that humans can unalive themselves and it's not beneficial, as far as you know, that proves we're sentience, the ability to unalive ourselves when it's not beneficial. What? Is this the basis of your argument? I'm trying to understand because I hate to be rude, but
Okay.
it's a lot of word salad. But that's what I gathered from.
Okay,
from what you
it's
said.
not the basis. It was one example of us acting outside of our behavior. It was just the best one. I also brought up morality and our artistic pursuits, which which was earlier before you jumped on here, I believe, which don't have like a biological basis that would help us out. And I get so. Is that me answering your question? Because I still want to make my closing statement.
I don't even know what artistic pursuit, because I've seen people like splatter paint. That's called art.
Right.
I don't even know what I've seen elephants paint. I've seen.
But they're trained too.
Yeah, they're trained. So are
Right,
humans.
They're
right?
rewarded, but they don't have like a creativity where they do it on their own. Is what I'm saying.
They're rewarded, right? You get a contract, you get money, you get.
Well, some people. Well, we have a friend named Hypnotic who doesn't really make a lot of money on her art. She just does it because she loves it.
And I'm sure, and you never know if but maybe at some point the elephant, was trained. Maybe they love it now. You don't know. That's the whole crux of this, is that
I
you
think they're
never
sentient.
know. That's the whole point about this, is that you'll never know what's inside of another human's mind, let alone an animal's mind, right?
Well,
But
I
this
can't
is the
say
thing.
never. I can't say never because we do have Neuralink. It appears that it might happen. I don't know if it will, but so I can't say you'll never know.
Well, of course, never. Even if you see like brain firing, right? Like electric, firing in the brain, neurons or whatever. That doesn't mean you know what they think. You can. This is correlation, causation.
It never
type.
knows
But
what you
that's just
think.
based
No,
on our. That's just based on our current understanding of it. Like, to say never would mean that like we can't have a further understanding. My closing statement is, again, like, for like it doesn't fit based off the model and understanding and the law and the theory of evolution and the laws that are part of the theory of evolution for it to be a biologically encoded thing. Talking about the cheetahs again, we can see that their biology will, so long as they don't go extinct, they'll either have to adapt and change their behaviors and their entire
Imagine
biological structure, or
if
they'll
a
go extinct.
cheetah had Neuralink in their own mind. Like,
What?
He threw a curveball there. What do you think about that? Yeah.
Wait, what? So the cheetah and the neural.
imagine if you put Neuralink in a cheetah's mind.
There you go.
Okay. What does that? What does that prove?
What would it prove? Exactly. Would it prove
Cheetahs
that
don't-
a cheetah's mind could now be more progressive than a human's mind?
Yeah, make them not
no,
run as fast.
Neuralink is just the ability. Is just like the very, very, very primitive
No,
ability.
Neuralink, what it does is it allows you to connect to the internet.
Right. So
It
that's what I'm
allows you to
saying. It
connect
does.
to
It,
everything that is.
right. That's what I was trying to say. So it has nothing to do with like their
So
ability.
if you
them
connected
becoming
a
more
cheetah's
cognizant.
mind to Neuralink,
I don't
brings
think
up
you
a good
can,
point. He
because you
brings
have
up
to.
a good point.
No,
What about
I don't
if we
think you
could
can
change?
because cheetahs don't seem to have any ability. They don't seem to be
why
intelligent
wouldn't
enough to
they?
have any-
You said
I'm explaining.
acting outside of your own behavior is what makes you sentient.
Right,
So what
but
if
I'm trying to
we
explain.
could-
They don't
what
have
about-
the
what about if we
ability
could
to
change
act
the-
They
outside
do
their
have the
behavior.
ability. They have the ability to communicate. So
That's
why
not,
would
that's a
not a
behavior.
cheetah?
Guys. To communicate is a behavior. They don't appear to have any ability to, like, if you were
They
to
do.
I'm
They
trying to
chirp at
explain
each
something.
other. They
If you-
chirp
if-
at each other.
That's a behavior. That's within their biology.
What is not a behavior?
I'm
So
trying to
then
explain. You guys
their
both keep saying the same
chirp
thing.
Could
Alright.
become
Everything is a
actual language.
Yeah. Right, cool. So what I'm saying is, you put Neuralink in there. They don't have the ability to. They don't have the cognizant ability to be able to use it, and they can't act outside of their behavior.
don't
Chirping
know
is part of
that.
their behavior.
You
do know
say that, but
They,
you
they
don't
show
know
no
that.
ability. They show no ability.
You
for
say that,
artistic
but you don't
pursuit.
know that. So
They
there's
show
no
no
way you
ability
can-
to unalive themselves. They show no ability to act outside
What
their
about if we
behavior. Humans
program
do.
them to unalive themselves
Sorry,
if they
what?
feel sad?
Yeah, you could never even program them to unalive themselves.
They don't have
all-
the
all
ability.
you
Exactly. They
have-
don't have the ability to act outside their
I
natural
don't know why you
processes.
think being
They
able
do,
to
though.
unalive yourself somehow makes you sentient. That's the craziest, like,
Because I
connection I ever
use
heard.
the
I
criteria
don't
for
mean to
why
call
it
you
would be
crazy.
different in certain instances versus other
Bro.
instances.
If they had access to Neuralink, they would be able to. See, I don't even know this either, but I think they would be able to talk to anything else that had Neuralink involved.
They would have to be intelligent enough and cognizant
Well,
enough to be able to
now-
use the technology.
In my opinion,
or passive
a
enough.
cheetah would be able to have the ability to speak in English.
And it wouldn't be able to comprehend English because it's so far from its brain.
How
and
would
its
you
brain
know?
func- Because
How would you know?
I'm explaining.
You don't know.
So, I'm explaining. So
No, you
animals
don't
have-
know because you're
animals
not.
communicate-
You're
I'm
not.
explaining. How do you know if I don't know if you're not going to let me explain?
Hold on, let him explain, and then
So-
let's move on.
All right, yeah. So again, animals' behaviors are actually rooted, like their communication styles are rooted in their brains, and their brains are literally are structured for that communication styles. English is so far away from felines because it's a primate communications language that it would be completely alien to their brain. We actually can observe how communication works in the brain.
How does my cat understand what I say?
It doesn't understand it. What it does is it knows that certain sounds mean certain things, but it doesn't have full understanding. For example,
do
like you
you
can
know
talk to a
that?
cat.
How do you
because
know
cat-
that?
Understands but doesn't have full
Because
understanding.
animals that are trained over, you have to train them. They don't like.
So you say
if you make
these
the sound-
things,
If
but
you
you
make this
don't
sound, if you make this
understand.
sound, these possible things can come, but they don't have an in-depth understanding of the human language, and they have never been observed to be able to understand the human language into an in-depth
They
degree
actually
besides
have.
basic like commands.
Yeah, they actually have.
Have they been able to carry on a conversation, which would be a far more in-depth ability to understand the human language
Not a
than
full
a basic command?
conversation. No.
Right. So again, a basic command, which is like you learn, like, oh, if this animal does this, it means these potential things, is very different than being able to understand and speak English.
You really think that these like a cat or a dog is that much beneath you?
I don't think they're beneath me. I just think that their ability to understand my language is so alien. Because if a dog was sentient, had its own language, I don't think I'd be able to fully understand its language without incredible amounts of technological advancement. And even then, it might not be possible.
So, say if they had a Neuralink put into their brain, you don't think they would understand?
No, because their brain and their communication styles is so alien that they wouldn't be able to understand.
Huh. You don't think it would take like maybe a week or two and they would
No, I don't.
completely understand?
Especially since Neuralink is designed for human brains. You would have to have a totally new technology and understand how their brain works.
Not necessarily. Neuralink is assigned to translate all forms of communication.
Human communications.
No, all forms.
It has not been developed for animals. It has not. They've tested with rats, and they found some results, but the Neuralink technique that they use for rats had to be modified.
No,
for
they
humans.
haven't. I've seen. No, they haven't. I've seen some of the.
Alright, I googled what Neuralink does, and it helps people with paralysis communicate by allowing them to remotely control devices using their brain activity. If a creature that it's hooked up to doesn't have the capability of using the mental activity to do those things, I don't think it would be able to. Maybe a mouse can do rudimentary things, but I don't think it would be able to do complex things such as mimic our speech patterns and whatnot, you know?
Right. And that's what was observed with the rats. They could do rudimentary things, but it had to be modified when they tried to apply it to humans. And I don't know how many subjects have been used. I just know that there's been quite a bit, but it's still not commercialized. It's still in the early stages.
Okay. Well,
It's
fair
going to be.
point. I'll give you all fair points on all of everything that you brought up, but that's not what I've seen.
Right. Sorry I had to mute you guys, but
Well, you muted me right when I was done. It's fine. You can mute. It's your live. You can mute whenever. I was just trying to get to my closing statement so we can move on, which is I don't think he kept saying he didn't, or John, he didn't understand what I was saying. I was speaking very clearly. I'll just finish my closing statement since I didn't really get to have it. It doesn't make sense that for depression and for things that wouldn't benefit the group, that things like unalivement, which was the main crux of my argument, would persist to a degree where it'd be a part of our genetic code to affect our behaviors. And therefore, I believe that shows evidence, amongst other things like artistic pursuits and abstract thinking, that would show a sign of free will and free thought and sentience.
Can you, do you mind if you repeat yourself again? I don't really quite understand what you said.
So earlier he was saying that. So John, the thing he was saying was that, like, I was saying unalivement was for humans was a form which was some evidence of sentience, free will, because you were doing something that was not beneficial for the organism. So there's no reason that it would be a part of the organism's behaviors. And then he had brought up insects where they unalive themselves for the greater group. So then we talked about how humans, if you can see the most primitive societies today, and we can observe it with like the fossil record, with previous even more primitive societies of humans and even other species, that they didn't like dead weight. If you were elderly, they didn't take care of their elderly until Neanderthals and modern humans, Homo sapiens. That was the only time it's ever been observed. We actually, beforehand, we observed that they would club them, or children of unwanted parents. So for a person to be able to unalive themselves, which would then be a burden for the children, increasing the chance that they would either be abandoned or unalived because they'd be a burden, there's no reason that would become something that would be biologically represented in the gene pool, because the likelihood that those genes would survive are very unlikely, and there's no biological benefit for the organism. Are you okay, Travis?
Okay. What's up?
Are you okay? You're looking a
Thank
little
you for
pissed.
your viewpoint on that. Do you want me to?
Well, we spin a wheel and we go to different topics. So if you want to hang out,
Yeah, and there's live versus
I mean, I'm fine. I
Travis,
agree.
you cool?
I have no problem with you guys' viewpoints. I would just, the one thing I would say about the unaliving thing with insects, and I mean, it's kind of necessary for their
Right.
their gene pool as a survival.
Right. For them, yes. But I think the thing I was talking about was like depression and things that would like do it at a timely would be like very. It would cause a hindrance to the group, which would decrease the chance for the offspring to be alive, because humans aren't very as cooperative as, let's say, bees, where they can they literally, it's all about the greater good. So like I brought up bees and how they'll unalive themselves for the greater good, so that would be reinforced in their species. But for humans, there's no reason it would be reinforced in their species.
Yeah, no, fair point there. Yeah, for sure.
So Travis, I wasn't trying to get argumentative. John just was like not getting my point, so I had to keep reiterating. So if I came across that way, I'm not even remotely upset. I'm actually enjoying this conversation.
No, yeah,
so
it's been
right.
solid.
So if you feel,
So
if you feel like we were argumentative, Travis, at least on my part, I wasn't. I don't think John was either. I think we were just both passionate about it.
My name's Lanny, but
I was talking about the guy above me.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah. So but I don't think.
On his own accord, so.
Well, he said he had to go.
Ah, gotcha.
Yeah, we were talking. He's like, I gotta go. I gotta do something. So he left. But I think we were both just passionate. So if it felt like we were arguing, I didn't get that vibe from him at all.
Yeah.
The only people I got the vibe were the few trolls that popped up.
Well, what would your next point that you'd want to talk about?
He has a wheel he spins. It's random.
I spun the wheel and it says best dog breed. So what
Best
is
dog breed?
the best dog breed?
Oh. I don't know. I own cats, so.
Yeah, let me spin it again.
Dogs.
I mean, I had a great dog. It was what was it? It was a husky pit bull mix.
Oh, that's an interesting mix.
Oh, I actually, my
Awesome
roommate had a
dog,
husky,
man.
had a Pitsky. Yeah. They're cool.
Awesome dog.
They are cool. They're not as stubborn as huskies, but they're pretty stubborn. But
Yeah.
they have that pity loyalty, so they don't talk back too much. They're pretty cool dogs.
It was sad. She died like 6 years ago.
Oh, I'm sorry. So Travis, you want to spin it again? Since I mean, I don't know how to answer that question.
What's your favorite one?
I mean, I don't know what's best, but my favorite dog are Doberman Pinschers. Because when I was a kid, I had 2 Doberman Pinschers, and they were like, I was just very close to them, so I have like that like emotional like, ooh, I love Dobermans.
They're like they're almost race dogs, aren't they?
Yeah, they're very fast security dogs. People did used to race them. It's not their main function for breeding, but you could use them for racing.
Yeah,
This is my favorite dog.
I don't like tail. I don't like it when they dock their tails and they crop their ears. I don't personally like that.
They can be scary, huh?
I just think it's cruel to the animal.
Sure. Yeah, I get that.
This is my mother-in-law's Celtie, and I love her to bits. I want to get a Celtie. They're like
Travis,
7 dogs.
You should do this format every now and then, because we've got a lot more viewers up here. Do you want to spin the wheel again? Just because, I mean...
This one ties into the last one. Should pets talk?
Should pets talk? Like
Yeah,
moral?
should they be able to speak English?
I don't know how I don't know how to answer that, because like, is that a moral thing? Is that a moral question?
What were the 3 again? Say it again.
Should our animals be able to talk? Like English?
100%. I 100% think they should talk.
I mean, I just don't know how I think about that, because is that like a moral question? Like why would it be like?
I don't know. I'd love to hear what they have to say. I'd love it.
I mean, it'd be cool.
interesting.
It'd be cool if they could talk. I don't know if we have moral weight where we should have to make them talk. That's the only thing I would say.
I would never make them talk, but if they could.
But if they could, that'd be cool. I'm in agreement.
Yeah.
All right. Now it is best anime.
Dragon Ball Z.
Ooh.
I haven't watched enough anime to say what's the best. I can just only say what's my personal
Dragon Ball Z
favorite.
or One Piece. That's all I'll say.
Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood's my favorite.
All right, that's cool. I'll kick with that too.
The only reason I would say I have watched a little bit of Dragon Ball Z. The only reason I would say I like Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood better is because of like the moral aspects of it, and then their like hard magic system.
Sure.
Those are the things I enjoy about it.
Sure. No, I totally hear you.
Those are good picks. I like them.
Great show. I love Full Metal. A great show.
Oh, and Travis, I didn't invite Pat. I know that Pat is a lot more argumentative. So when he gets on, I'm always a little worried. Like, I hope it doesn't break the rules of Travis. I was getting ready because there were times where he was getting a little. I was like, oh, I like you, Pat. Don't make me kick you.
That's true.
'Cause he was throwing ad homs every now and then. I was
That's
trying
cool.
to.
I think the three of us together will make it cool. Make it chill. You know.
Yeah. Good thing John didn't hear my stance on AI with society, because I don't think he would have liked that at all.
I mean, I got my own stances on that, but there's no reason for me to bring that up.
Yeah, no, I was just
with other people, you know.
I was just bringing it up just because like he was very contentious on one point I made. I was like, dude, I'm on the far extreme, so this is a good thing that we haven't brought it up yet.
And when I noticed that, I try to just let it go. I don't even.
Yeah.
If I have an opinion, that's my opinion. I don't need to argue with somebody else. Like, it's cool.
Yeah, I mean, this is like a friendly mock debate. Like, like me and him were joking a little bit earlier, so I mean, I don't think it was bad faith. The thing we were mainly discussing was sentience. We didn't even really get to AI, which is, I mean, it's a very complicated issue, and no one can know where it's going. It does appear it's going to be pretty advanced. Dude, in the next 10 years, I can't even imagine.
That's what I agree on 100%. Is I don't want anybody to have like false pretenses about where this is going.
Oh, for sure. Like when I brought up the Tesla
nobody
thing earlier,
knows, you know.
Yeah, when I brought up the Tesla thing, I was not saying that it's not going to be fully sentient or like it's not going to be advanced AI. Yeah. I was just saying those were the prototypes.
I never got mad, you know.
Yeah. Oh no, I know. I want those. I want them to be more advanced. What I really wonder is where it's gonna go. So yeah. He stated that they had a lot of commercial uses. I believe he was talking about like home care though, which I feel like is really limited.
Yeah,
right?
I heard some of that. I heard some of really trying to be in the medical care unit.
Medical care, yep. And then I heard whispers of military application, just whispers though.
I saw some of that, and I don't know what to think. So until I see it, I don't have a vehicle. I don't have a right to say anything.
Didn't he release a new vehicle alongside them? It's like a giant, like it can fit like 10 people in it or something.
Yeah, not the Tesla truck. It's like a new thing.
It's a
new Tesla truck where he can fit a bunch of the new cyber robots in it.
Yeah.
So apparently, yeah, I don't know, man.
It's like a Tesla RV or something he made. It's really weird looking.
And yeah, it can fit like 8
Robo
Tesla or 8 of the new cyber robots in it.
You're seeing a Robo van.
I think that's what it's called. If you could screen share it, I can confirm because I saw what it looked like. So I can confirm that was the thing. Yeah. I think his Tesla stuff looks cool. I just wish it worked better, like his Cybertruck. But I guess the first gen always has kinks, you know?
I don't know. It works pretty well.
Do you have one, or have you got to use one? Because I've only seen them.
Nah, I mean, I've test driven and just been around one.
Yeah, I want to get one. I just haven't known.
All right. So is that the video where he's like throwing
metal balls at the window?
Metal balls at the window
for the Tesla truck?
Yeah.
I've seen that one. I also saw it where him and Joe Rogan were shooting bows at it, which I thought was hilarious.
Yeah. Fucking I love Joe Rogan, man.
I like him. I wish he
His
brought
shit's
Joey on more. He
his
brings
shit's
Joey on so
crazy.
much, but dude, Joey makes that show great.
There's a lot of things that make that show great.
Oh, dude, yeah, Joe's awesome. Travis, you want to?
This thing?
Yeah, yes, that's exactly what it is, dude. It looks like somehow, like looks like that droid carrier out of Star
Yeah,
Wars.
that's the one right
Yeah,
there.
yeah, yeah.
That's the one. It's like the where they can hold like 8 of these droids in them, and
It literally looks like from episode 1, the droid carrier that drops all the
it
droids
looks
off the
like
fight.
iRobot, man. Like we're about to get fucked by a bunch of robots.
Travis, can you do a side-by-side comparison of the Robo Truck and the droid carrier from the first
I
movie?
don't know. I think it's crazy. I think we're all right on the midst of being like completely attacked by robots.
I was thinking more of this thing from like iRobot.
It
Yeah,
does
like
look
iRobot.
way more
That's
like
that's
I guess I
almost
didn't
exactly
remember
what
it.
it looks like.
I guess I didn't remember iRobot that well. I only saw it a couple times as a kid.
That's almost
dude,
exactly what it looks like. And it
features
can
here,
fit,
guys.
from what I saw, it can fit 8.
Yeah, it's a high number. It could fit a lot.
And like,
I'll
if it
I'll
can
look at
fit
how much
8
it
of
would
them
be.
in there, I think we're all fucked. Like,
I
don't
don't know what you were thinking of, was it? Yeah. Oh well.
I don't know what to think anymore.
I don't know either.
Seems
Alright, let's-
scary.
Next
Seems
bit.
scary too, because I don't know. So like, I'm kind of a fucked up person.
It said 5 adults, so 5 of those little robots.
So like, real quick, like, I'm an atheist, and I'm a Satan templeist. So like, I don't really have a. I don't know.
Yeah, we're both atheists.
All of us. I hypnotic, by the way.
Satan, satanic atheist or satanic templeist.
No, I've actually been looking more into Satanism. I don't know if you know Sherlock Bones, but he's Satanist and true devil worshiper, and I've been looking up them but I don't really. But like part of Satanism is like you can't be political. I'm very political, so I don't think I'll ever identify as a
I don't know
Satanist.
about that political bullshit. The whole reason I'm a satanic templeist is because I believe my own actions reflect on myself. And if you guys ever look at the Satanic Temple, you'll read through it and you'll see they have 8 doctrines that they adhere by, and all they adhere by is what I do is on me, and if I hurt anybody else, I have to make it up to them.
I heard that.
Yeah.
And so that's all I believe in. Just like all my actions are on me, and if I end up hurting somebody else, I need to make it up to them.
I agree. Yeah, I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem with Satanism. I just don't know. I think like I'm close to like my ideology personally to it. I just have to look more into it before I can like say if I am or not.
Sure. I mean, I grew up a Catholicist, so.
Oh, Roman Catholic here too. Ex Roman Catholic.
Right. X. Yeah. And so like I didn't know where to go from there. That's just where I found myself at. And you do you how you want to do you. There's no problem either way.
Like the non-aggression principle, basically. Like
yeah,
I agree totally. That's a major structure of like my moral framework.
I accept everybody for who they want to be, and if I fuck up their lives, I'm gonna fucking make it up to them.
Agreed.
So that's kind of what Satanism, the satanic templeist is. So
Do you want me to read off the 7 fundamental tenets?
Yes,
I got
please.
them.
what's that?
Okay. You got them. The 7 satanic
Yeah, you got them up. I love it.
Yeah, hell yeah,
Read
let's
them.
do it.
Go ahead, read them. Yeah, love it.
One should strive to act with compassion and empathy toward all creatures in accordance with reason.
Yep.
I like that.
Is
2.
John in here? I want to follow him and invite him back because I've actually talked to him in another live. He doesn't remember me. I was trying to bring it up. It just wasn't mute point, so I didn't bring it up. But we agree on most moral things. It was the sentience thing we seem to have a disagreement on. Even then, I would say friendly. So I
Man.
can't find him in the comments. Damn it.
All
I'll ask
7
Pat.
of these are so good too.
Pat knows him. I'll ask Pat. All right, go Travis.
2. The struggle for justice is an ongoing and necessary pursuit that should prevail over laws and institutions. 3. One's body is inviolable. I don't know. Subject to
Infallible.
No, there's a V. INVIOAL. LADALE.
Invaluable.
Yeah.
Infallible. Yeah.
Okay. Subject to one's own will alone.
Yeah.
4. The freedom of others should be respected, including the freedom to offend. To willfully and unjustly encroach upon the freedoms of another is to forego one's own will.
Totally. Yeah.
5. Beliefs should conform to one's basic scientific understanding of the world. One should take care never to distort scientific facts to fit one's beliefs.
That's probably my favorite right there.
Yeah, I would agree because without science, I'd still be a Roman Catholic.
Completely agree with that one. 6. People are fallible.
There you go.
If one makes a mistake, one should do one's best to rectify it and resolve any harm it might have that might have been caused.
Just exactly what I had just said.
Exactly.
If you fuck somebody else's life up, fix it.
Yeah, I would say that responsibility is on you to fix it.
And like everything else about it, believe in what science can give you, whatever they bring to you. That's your best understanding of the world that you live in.
Yes. I always say current model of understanding. Travis can back that up because even science doesn't claim to know anything 100%. So as it adapts, fit your current model of understanding and don't let your bias affect it.
As it adapts.
Exactly.
Couldn't say it any better.
And Hypnotic, I have also read them and wanted to sign up, but I too am too lazy to.
I just heard a political thing. Maybe it's in the further tenets, but I was talking to Satanist. He's like, yeah, part of it is you can't be political. And if that's true, I have to do my own research. Then I'm probably not going to be a Satanist. But again, I don't know that to be true.
I mean, I'm independent right now,
Yeah, I'd be classified as independent.
The only book on satanic stuff I have is Anton LaVey's Satanic Bible. So
that's right, you do have that. I forgot that.
Yeah, I don't have anything for Satanic Temple because that is the Satanic the Church of Satan.
Isn't the temple like a political activist group or something?
Well, the temple is just a way for people to have their own, I guess, ideology.
Okay.
They do.
I've never heard anything about the Satanic Temple being political.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. I was just asking.
Yeah, I mean, I've been so for like 20 years, I've been excommunicado from Christianity and been an atheist. And then like 2 years ago, I found they say the Satanic Temple. And so that's where I've been at for now. And
I heard about them about 4 or 5 years ago, and been wanting to sign up, but like Hypnotic said earlier, just too lazy. We still have one more tenet, number 7. Every tenet is a guiding principle designed to inspire nobility in action and thought. The spirit of compassion, wisdom, and justice should always prevail over the written or spoken word.
it's so beautiful. Every single one of their tenets is so beautiful.
So
Yeah.
much better than Ten Commandments.
People always say, "Why do you have to say Satan in this?" If for like Anton LaVey in the temple, it's like, well,
I
Satan
don't
means
get it
opposed.
either.
Well, they're
Everything
like,
that they say is the right way to live your life.
well, like Satan just means opposer, and if you look at religion, it's like just a morally bankrupt thing. So of course, it's the opposer of religion. So I think the name Satan perfectly suits it.
Yeah.
And it's funny that the word Satan is never brought up in the Bible.
It's not once. Well, I mean, it's the word Satan, but not the devil. Satan.
No, it's never the word Satan. The only word that's ever brought up is the accuser, or what is it? The abuser or the accuser?
Are you talking about the Christian Bible?
Yeah, the Old
Still,
Testament.
the Torah. That's what I mean. What I mean, the Torah, the original text of the Hebrews.
Yeah, the
word
Old
Satan is
Testament.
Hebrew for
The only
opposer.
word that's ever brought up is like, it's never Satan. It's never the devil.
Right. There is no devil in any of them, except for
It's
Islam.
like- yeah.
Yeah.
Islam's fucking nuts. I was-
Hey, I mean, they all live to their own religion too, so like, good for them.
the reason it's crazy is just
Look, just what we're saying right now. I'm saying we have to respect everything that they do too.
that's where I would disagree. The reason I would say Islam's kind of nuts is because there's a passage in the book that says if you can find one thing that's incorrect in it, throw the whole book away. And there's
I
been numerous things that are
totally
scientifically
agree with
impossible.
you. I'm not going to disagree with you at all.
Right.
But-
I don't think we should have to agree, like respect their beliefs, because I think their beliefs are innately harmful.
It's their own belief, man.
Yeah, I just see that, but that's the thing though. Like, I understand the concept of live and let live, but when it infringes on other people's rights, that's where I want to step in. And I would say Islam and Christianity infringes on people's rights.
Especially Christianity. I have more problems with Christianity than I do with Islam.
I talk mostly to Christians. I was having a conversation with a Muslim. It was an argument. I was just asking him questions, and the things that he adhered to be morally correct were pretty morally bankrupt, based off my moral principles.
And most of the time they are. Yeah.
And most of the time they are. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I don't know how to. I mean, I agree. Look, I agree with you on everything. I don't know.
I'm not going to go out of my way and be a dick. It's
I
probably
don't know.
maybe
I don't know how to yell at people. Yeah, exactly.
I'm just not going to respect it, but I'm not going to go out of my way and be like, "You're an asshole." I'm not going to do that.
Right. I'm not going to do that. It sucks. It sucks that we live in a place where that happens, I guess.
Oh, it sucks that there's other atheists that do that, and you're like, dude, come on, like you should know better. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, it's
No,
very
I know.
unchangeable.
I mean, I've talked to a bunch of other atheists too, especially on some of these TikToks, you know.
Oh, yeah.
But
Our buddy,
I like talking to people who respect other people more than anything.
right? Pat, I don't know if you were on here when he was up here, but he's a friend of mine, and he's kind of he doesn't show too much respect, and he's like intentionally antagonistic. And when he comes on this live, I get a little nervous because it's like, dude, I just don't want you to break through Travis's rules.
Yeah. So sometimes you have to, though, right?
If you want to get through, if they're like stonewalling the conversation, you have to.
I mean, sometimes you have to.
talking, but I'm gonna kill you, bitch nigga. Nigga.
Yeah, what's up, dude?
It just sucks that it's not I don't know what the right word is. Respected, I guess, is the right word.
The Orange Man fan has just been blocked.
Yeah. Do you want a rule where we just don't let people with like political profile pics up? Because I notice every time it's like a Kamala person, they're always pretty rude.
I don't know. I think that's taking
I
it
think
too
it's just
far.
person to person. Like, he deserves to be it because the first things out of his mouth was stupid.
I mean, it was just a question.
Honestly, I think it's better for you guys to have somebody with a political posting on their site or on their page.
The actual person with actual political views is fine.
It might get you more, like a couple more views, and then you can use that.
Right. But what I'm saying is not like actual people. I just noticed that like when you look at someone's profile and they're just a pic and there's no bio or anything, they tend to be trolls, and that's for both sides. That's what I was saying.
I don't know. I'm just a cat. Like my cat is the fucking best fucking. My cat is the best fucking person in my life.
Spin the wheel again, Travis. I guess.
Okay.
Maybe we'll hit conspiracy theory. I'll do the devil's advocate just for fun.
Jesus.
And I'll pretend to hold the other position.
Are you gonna fuck with me right now?
Yeah, in a friendly way, because this is a friendly debate.
That's cool. I'm down.
Yeah.
Would you rather?
Okay. Ooh.
So, went to another website. Would you rather have 3 hands or 3 feet? Actually says arms or legs.
Okay.
3 arms or 3 legs?
I'll let Lenny go first. I'll argue the opposite.
I don't. 3 arms or 3 legs? Like I'll take 3 arms for sure.
Okay. So I'm gonna take.
I could definitely do a lot more with arms and legs.
Now I have to take 3 legs. So 3 legs. You get a woman, nice feet. You get an extra foot. Bam, boom, roasted.
I don't know. Well, I married a girl that has ugly feet, so I don't know.
Hey, but you can always make feet beautiful.
I could always make hands beautiful too.
Yeah, but let's be honest, man. Objectively, without question, 100,000, a million, a trillion% objectively.
Yeah, but she can give me hand jobs with a beautiful hand. She can't give me foot jobs with a beautiful foot.
So here, I mean, she could 3 feet. She'd do a better job.
I think I win.
It'd be 2 on the side, 1 on the top.
You're funny as shit, bro.
A million. It's the only objective fact. You know what? This is my new stance, and I'm objectively right. No matter, and I don't have to prove a positive claim because it's self-evident.
All right,
3
you
feet's
win.
the best.
You win.
I spun it, and I kid you not, it landed on Would You Rather again.
I'll do it again.
I'll tell you what.
I'm having fun.
My ex-wife doesn't want her feet cutting off.
But my real stance on that would be 3 arms, because with 3 legs you probably wouldn't be able to walk well because our bodies aren't designed for it. So I think 3 hands would probably just better.
Either way, I don't want anything to do with my ex-wife. That's all I want to say.
All right, this one is never be able to eat hot food again, or never take a hot shower ever again.
Oh fuck!
I know, right?
I'm definitely taking not hot food. I hate hot food. I get heartburn every time. Fuck that shit.
The question for this one would be: is it hot as in temperature, or would it be hot as in spicy?
Both. They all get me heartburn.
Yeah, we'll do both.
I'm doing both. They all give me heartburn.
All right, you guys want to hear?
Give me hot showers.
You guys want to hear my 1,000,000% serious answer? 100%. There's no sarcasm or humor in it. All right. This is another objective universal fact I can prove make the positive claim, but I don't have to provide evidence. Hot showers are better for a good FAP. Boom, roasted. You know, how are you gonna keep it up if it's cold?
Yo, can I do like a hot boy like flaps on my whatever? I don't even know. I agree with that 100%. Fuck.
Hypnotic cold food here.
I'm not eating another hot food. I'm taking hot showers.
Cold food here. I come in need to because
Hey,
become a lobster.
can I do one? Can I do one?
Yes.
One to the other.
Yes.
All right, cool. All right, would you rather read Sean Carroll or Stephen King the rest of your life?
How many books does Sean Carroll have?
4.
Stephen King. This is my genuine answer, just because there's more
like
books.
18 probably.
Sean Carroll has 18.
No, Sean Carroll has like 4,
Stephen
but
King has 18.
Stephen King. Well, I'm saying probably. I mean, Salem's Lot.
He made so many
Lot,
short stories too.
Terry.
Yeah.
I mean,
Cujo.
he probably has like 18.
If I'm being 100% serious, I'm going to be serious, put my serious face on again. Probably Stephen King, just because like I would eventually go insane reading only them either way. But Stephen King, I think it'd buy me more time. There's more variety.
Man, I've read.
I feel like that too.
I'm right now. I've read like 7 Stephen King books. You know, like Salem's Lot. I read Carrie. I read The Outsider. I read The Shining. I read, what's the other one that's stuck under there? It doesn't matter. But Sean Carroll, I've read Something Deeply Hidden. I've read The Deepness Beyond. And like Sean Carroll's books are about both of his books are about like quantum mechanics. So totally different.
Yeah.
Right.
That'd be more interesting, but if I had to read it for the rest of my life, probably just Stephen King for variety's sake.
No, he's great. I have a giant collection of Stephen King.
Have you anyone read H.P. Lovecraft?
Nope.
It's a hard. I had all of his stories. His entire
Lovecraft.
work.
Oh, that was the show that they put on Netflix or on HBO.
They put a
Wasn't
show
it?
about Lovecraft. Do you know like Cthulhu and all that? That's Lovecraft, like H.P. Lovecraft.
Yeah, they put that on
Mhm.
on HBO.
I didn't know that.
Lovecraft. It was about the slave that got entangled and then she got freed. Right?
Dude, he's wrote so many books. That might be one of his stories. Were there like weird eldritch creatures in it and stuff?
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, that's probably Lovecraft. That sounds. Yeah, that would be up.
Huh.
Because I don't know if he founded it, but I'm pretty sure he founded cosmic horror as a genre, but I'm not sure. Because I know like he was the Stephen King before Stephen King. Like Stephen King read him. I was like, oh, I'm going to start doing this. Yeah. He's like granddaddy.
Huh.
His stuff's a lot more depressing though, because he was an antinatalist. Like he didn't think humans should reproduce, and he was
depressing is the best.
And he was like he was what's it called where you hate humans? What's the word? Misanthrope. He was a hardcore misanthrope. He was also racist as fuck. If you read his books, it'll just come out of nowhere. Like, whoa,
that makes more sense. That would mean, yeah. That Lovecraft one was fucking super racist.
Okay, yeah, then it was him. He thought humans were the lowest form of life and black people were the lowest form of human. That was a direct statement.
Yeah, that shit was fucked up, man. Oh, crazy.
One of his characters had a
You
cat
should
called
watch.
N-word cat.
Yo,
And man,
I assume. Well, based on this, I assume you have HBO.
No, not at the moment.
Oh. Well,
or anything,
if
but
you want to read the book, I guess I'd definitely read the book. It's called The Outsider.
The Outsider. I have his entire works in one giant book, but I cherish. It's my most prized possession. So I didn't want to put it in my van because if my van got stolen because I had to move out, I was worried about the book more than my van. So it's in my grandma's garage and like wrapped up real nice, so it won't
Sure.
be like weathered in like a box inside of a box in her garage somewhere. I gotta find it.
yeah, I think I bought one for my wife for either Christmas or her birthday. I can't remember which. But it's got all the story just about maybe yay thick or so.
hmm Oh, it's thick. It's thick like my women. You know what I mean?
Except for not its profile pic.
Well, no, she's thick. She's thick in the right places. That's what I mean. It's actually about as thick as Hypnotic's profile pics thighs. But you want to spin the wheel again?
Yep, got cats versus dogs.
Oh, I actually do prefer dogs over cats, but I like them both. So I'll wait for Lanny to come on. So Hypnotic, we've been doing the mock debate. It hasn't got argumentative. It got a little passionate with another guy, but it never got like breaking the rules. So
Actually, first one I suspended the argument.
arguing, yeah. Well, I mean, to have a debate, you have to argue a bit. You have to argue your position. So that
That's
makes
why I
sense.
suspended.
Yep, that's what I'm saying. That's why it makes sense. And I noticed it was the first thing I noticed, and I smiled when I popped up here. I was like,
Yeah.
"Man." I got that little evil Cheshire cat grin, Travis, when I saw it.
My homeboy Ralph is the shit, so I'll always protect Ralph.
Ralph is
Ralph is the boy you see on my profile pic.
your kitty cat. Dude, I like cats. I like dogs. I would say if it's like a percentage wise, this is arbitrary, but it'd be like 51 to 4. You know what I mean? To 49. Like I just slightly prefer dogs more.
Nah, yeah, no problem. I mean,
Yeah.
I love dogs too, man. I love them.
Yeah. The reason I think I would pick dogs over cats is mainly just because, like for me, I personally like when you walk in the door and they're in your face. I like their socialization better than cats, but cats are still good.
Yeah.
I love that. I love what you're saying.
Oh yeah.
You know
Yeah,
what's
yeah.
so funny too, though, about my cat? Every time I walk in the door, he runs up and jumps on me.
Yeah.
Like
Kitties are cute.
he's the shit, bro.
Have you guys ever heard two cats mating? It's horrifying. It sounds like it's not a consensual thing, and then you try to separate them because you're a little kid and you don't understand what's going on, and they both scratch the fuck out of you, and then you learn real quick.
I don't know about all that.
It happened to me when I was like
My
3.
cat-
I didn't understand.
I had my cat while I had my dog, and they were like best friends.
Oh yeah. No, when I was 3, we had 2 barn cats, and I didn't understand any of that stuff yet. So I thought the male was hurting her, and I tried to separate them. They fucked me up, and I learned quick. And then my mom had to like explain animals do things to have babies. I didn't really grasp it, but I understood. Oh, it's not a bad thing. But no, they get it's scary when they actually mate. It's a scary, horrifying sound. But they're loving it. Their little feline minds.
Yeah, when they mate. Yeah, never had
That's what I'm
that.
saying. Oh my god, it sounds like they're murdering each other. It scares the shit out of you when you're a little kid.
Well,
Just like
did you know that when a male cat sticks his dick inside of a female cat,
it has
it's like a
thorn?
spike.
Spike, yeah, to induce, yeah.
It won't come out.
Yeah, it's
Like it's fucked up what they do. Essentially,
dude, nature's scary as shit.
yes, it is.
Cats are, dude. I had a cat named Newton. What was my mom's cat? But that motherfucker.
Cats are essentially murder animals, man.
That's what I was about to say, dude. This cat Newton, we would let him. He was an outside cat mainly. He would come in just to lick like the blood off him. He would come home covered in gore because he just ate all the animals in the neighborhood and beat up all the cats.
Yeah.
And dude, he was like, he was. If you've seen the movie Predator, he was the predator. Like he hunted everything.
So I had to stop letting my cat out because he kept coming in with dead birds and shit.
Yeah.
And so I was like, bro, you can't go outside no more. Like you're a murderer.
He would just eat squirrels in my room.
So I stopped letting him outside. That's what had to happen.
Yeah. I remember in high school, I'd walk in my room, there'd just be squirrel everywhere. I'm like, dude, and he'd just be eating it. I'm like, man, I'm gonna let you finish because I'm not an asshole and you worked harder for that, but I gotta clean this up. Come on.
No, I didn't do that. I fucking took the bird, put it in a fucking paper towel, and threw it back outside.
Oh, well, he would be dining. Like, it'd be everywhere. Like, he had this weird habit of piling the feet on my bed because, you know, cats, like, they bring you stuff. Like, hey, look what I did.
It's a present. Yeah.
Right. He gave me the feet as a present, and everything else was his. And I was like, dude, I've never seen a cat like you. You're like the Conan the Barbarian of cats, and it's a little concerning.
Yeah, they're a little fucked up. That's for sure.
But they're badass. I think they're like a prime example of like nature honing an organism to be like, not, I wouldn't say perfect, but as close to perfect as you can for like a predator. They're really cool.
They're pretty crazy. They will fuck up anything that's in their vicinity, and they don't have any, like, they don't care. They will just kill you.
Yes. You want to do
or
another spit and
unalive
Travis?
you. Sorry about that.
No, you're good.
Unalive you.
You're good. I'll put F1 in the comments. I don't know why that helps with the algorithm, but I don't claim to understand the TikTok algorithm because it's kind of.
Man, I don't understand why you
schizo.
can't say that. It's just what the words are.
I agree, and you can't say gay, but you can say lesbian.
What?
Yeah, people keep like every time you go on a live, they're like, "Please don't say gay. I'll get bananaed, you know, shut down, flagged." I'm like,
I'll get
why?
banana.
Yeah.
Jesus. Okay.
I'm like, yeah, I know. I'm like,
Some of the
why?
things I don't understand
know.
too is because I like to try to, like, I advocate for anybody. Like, do whatever you want. I don't
Right.
care. But, like, don't make me feel guilty for saying your TRANS.
Yes.
Like, if that's what you are, cool. No problem. Just do you and leave me alone.
I don't. It's just weird because like the word in itself isn't a negative word. So the fact that
I feel like everything that we've been talking about, both of us especially, are Satan. We're essentially Satanists because, and the fact that we.
Yeah, I just don't like.
I don't care what
infringing-
you do. Just leave me out of it. You know.
Right. I just don't like how. The only thing I don't like is censorship because I think people. I truly think people should be able to say what they want. And when people say it's harmful, I go, well, no. But you know what happens is if you let people say whatever they want, if it's harmful, all the people that group with them, you now know who the harmful people are, and you can disassociate them out of your life. Let them think what they want, as long as they're not infringing on other people's rights.
Well, I guess at least we found this group. I don't know. I found another group earlier tonight that was had read a little bit up on Sean Carroll, and it was more about mathematics than anything else. But like at least at this point, and to the other point, I've never had any harm towards anybody. I really don't care what you do. Just do what you do and like let me be out of your life. And
Yeah. Hypnotic. Free speech, not freedom of consequences. I agree with you to a point, but I don't like deplatforming, which would be a consequence. And I really don't like it when people don't like what somebody's saying and they call their job up and get them fired. So that's where my limit would be.
Okay, I see where you're coming at with that.
I would say like social consequences, like being ostracized from social groups. People are free to associate with who they want. Absolutely, you are not free from those consequences.
That's rough, isn't it?
It is rough, but I mean, at the same time, if you're gonna be like a bigoted person and someone doesn't want to deal with you, that's their free choice, and they're not infringing on your right to be bigoted.
Yeah.
Well, as long as you're not bigoted, but yeah, as long as you're holding true to your beliefs, that's all that matters.
Right. Then we're not in disagreement.
I don't know, man. It's hard to decide. Everybody's so
nowadays. I would agree with that.
It's really difficult to decide nowadays.
Hypnotic, yeah. I didn't think you were. I was just stating my my stance on it. But I know you enough to know what you meant by that.
I hear you, man. Like I'm not. I would never infringe on your ability to, hold your point of views.
Right. I actually think it's beneficial for society. If somebody's,
I would want to come on like tomorrow if you would have me. And
he does Wednesdays and Saturdays.
Well, I mean, I would do a Wednesday. That's for sure. Like,
I followed you, so I can send you a thing.
Yeah, like send me a link. I don't know, man. I feel like a lot of us need people like us just to hold truth.
Yeah, and I like it when people come up and they don't agree with me, because like I was worried that we get into the mock thing, the mock debates, and everyone would just agree on everything. We'd just be sitting here twiddling our thumbs.
Yeah, no, I'd rather disagree and make good points.
I follow a philosophical theory, which isn't the same as scientific theory. It really is just a guess, but it's called Hegelian dialectics. So the idea is like, if I have a position, that's the thesis, that inherently creates the antithesis, which is the opposite argument.
Oh, beautiful!
By those things conflicting, that creates a synthesis, which takes the common elements and ideas of both that are strong, and it gets rid of the weak, and it has a better idea at the end of it. So it's like a evolution of like ideas through conflict.
It's the evolution of science.
Yep. Hegelian dialectics
that's a beautiful thing. That should be pushed and moved.
It's why I don't like to mute people up here too often. Usually it's just when they're trolls, or if they because if they're is it gish galloping, where they just continue nonstop, question after question after question. That's when I mute. But besides that, I really don't like that button. It's really just protect the live.
I don't know about that.
It's really just usually when I meet someone, it's just because they're saying the N-word like 20 times, trying to get his live shut down.
All I know is I got a little bit fucked up tonight. And
no, you're good. I burned one before I jumped on.
But I really
have another one of those lives.
I have a lot of valid points. Because I'm a little bit fucked up.
Oh, you're good. Yeah, no, because I was having trouble pronouncing words earlier when I was really, really elevated because I burned one. So like it happens. We actually did a drunk live not too long ago, and I think Travis is implying that we should do another one.
I don't really want to be drunk again if I do a live.
No, you're good. You don't have to.
If I do another live, like you said on Wednesday, I'm gonna be a very social person.
No, you're good.
That's not drunk.
Travis, are we?
I'd like to do that.
Wednesday, what's the topic? So he knows. Are we just going to go to our normal topic?
Well, it's definitely not my choice. It's his choice. Yeah.
Well, I'm just asking. Yeah.
I didn't even know what I was going to be doing tonight.
I think this topic, this is just my 2 cents. I think this topic has brought the most people up. So it's your choice because you have a lot of different topics you could bring up. So whatever it is, but we're not going to do a drunk live next week. So that we
Yeah. I don't. Yeah, I don't want to be a part of that. I'd rather be a part of a sober.
So,
but if I can, I do have a topic I'd like to bring up.
yeah, Bear, yeah, sure. Bear, if you want to come up, just request. I'll let you up, buddy.
Well, can I tell you right now, so at least you have an idea?
No, go.
I would like to bring up a little bit about Sean Carroll. And this is about fuck my life. Why can't I think of it? Give me 2 seconds. Quantum dynamics.
Okay.
I've been reading Sean Carroll's book for the last 2 weeks. And it has a little bit to do with, like, I guess, religion. I don't know if that's something you want to bring up.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well,
this is usually a religious live where we talk to religious people, so you're fine.
So I'll be prepared then, and I'll bring a little bit of religion and quantum dynamics and a lot of mathematics into the next live stream.
Sounds good.
Yeah, I'm showing you
If that's okay with you guys.
So.
I'm gonna read a lot more and
Understood, Bear.
bring it up. So I don't want to be I don't want to be something that is not doing justice to your live stream, okay?
I mean, the live stream is mainly a conversation live stream, so if anything you bring up would do justice to it. Well, and I actually want to hear a little bit about Sean Carroll because I've heard the name, but I haven't read his books. But that's more of a financial limitation, opposed to a want.
Okay. Well, I will bring up some points then.
Sounds good.
All right. Appreciate you guys. Hey, you did a great stream. Thanks for having me. I don't know what else to say.
Yep.
Yeah, this was fun.
All right. Be good.
You too. See you next time.
True, Bear. I agree. So yeah, Travis. Again, just want to clarify on my point from my stance point. I never. I didn't feel heated at one point. If it sounded like I was argumentative, it was to a degree where it was not productive. That was not my intention. I don't personally feel like it got to that point. And again, I've talked to John before. I don't think he remembers me too well. And we usually agree. We were just passionate on the consciousness thing. Because I think he's a hard determinist. So he thinks, he doesn't believe in free will.
Gotcha.
If I remember what he was saying.
So I brought Hypnotic up because I want to hear her point on this one. Because I spun the wheel and got pineapple on pizza. That's the one now.
Heresy.
No.
Okay, you might hate me on this. It's not bad on Hawaiian pizza.
That's the only one I would accept. Yes.
Bear, the topic earlier I was referring to was consciousness. Sorry, Hypnotic, you're good.
Yeah.
Hawaiian pizza. What is a Hawaiian? Isn't a Hawaiian pizza just any pizza with a pineapple?
No, it's pineapple, Canadian bacon. It's a specific group of toppings.
What's the sauce?
I think it's the normal sauce. Let me look it up.
Because if it's marinara, then I'm gonna hard disagree. And Hypnotic is I'm objectively 100% correct right now.
No.
1,000,000%.
No, you are not.
It's the only objective truth in the universe.
You wanna
And I-
okay?
and I
You
need
wanna
no
square? You better square up for this.
And I need no evidence for this positive claim. I will unalive on this hill, Bear. I'll be your voice.
Says Hawaiian pizza is typically topped with tomato sauce, marinara cheese, sliced ham, and pineapple.
Yeah, the flavor profiles completely clash.
No, it's good. It's good.
No, it's not. Objectively, you're incorrect.
Some
Russ.
sprinkle in cooked bacon.
Now, if you had a different sauce base, because pineapple goes great with bacon. If you had a different sauce base and you had something besides cheese on it, I might give it a try. But if we're talking about pizza as we know it, you know what, Hypnotic? You can go to Canada. You can live there. You can be a semi-communist all you want. And
God could not have said that better. I joined the live just to argue the statement, but now I have to remain silent because Real Deal just said everything that I was dying to say.
I got one that you guys will not like. I got
Your
a pizza
presence is proving a point. It's okay.
I got a
baby
pizza
girl.
flame.
Baby girl, I am half Sicilian and half Scottish. So my views on pizza are a little different, but one thing defies all borders unless you're, like you said, fucking communist. Pineapple does not belong on pizza.
All right, here's my pizza stance. You guys ready for it? Anchovies on pizza is peak. And I will die on a hill.
No, see, I don't like it, but I can see where it comes from. If you live on a beach and seafood is your source of food,
Yeah.
I can see that. But pineapple and tomato sauce, no,
Yeah. The flavors clash. Like the anchovy flavor, if you have a white sauce pizza with like a feta cheese base, the flavor does not clash with the flavor profile of the food. Pineapple is so opposite to the rest of the ingredients in a pizza that it just can't taste good.
maybe that's Hypnotic's thing there. Hold on, let's delve into this. Hypnotic, are you a what's the word I'm looking for here? Contrast person?
Contrarian.
No, I went with contrast for a reason.
Maybe.
Maybe.
I'm worried about where this is going.
Oh, no, it was just a question.
Oh, okay.
Hypnotic.
No, there were no ulterior motives there. I'm not going to come back at you for your answer.
Okay.
Hypnotic is morally bankrupt because she thinks pineapple's on pizza. That's the only evidence I need. It is some communist bullshit. And Hypnotic, you can do better.
Do better. Oh my god.
Okay, well, I joined this live thinking that I was going to die on this hill, but apparently I'm not the one you're going to have to fight.
I'm on the hill. I have entrenchments. I put pikes down everywhere. I have my archers ready. Let's go.
Wait for it. Hypnotic. I'm going to be the devil's advocate for you on this one. Real deal. Did you ever serve?
No, I did not serve.
There you go, Hypnotic. Fight against.
It's okay. Around these parts, I'm known as a chaos god, so I'm not worried. Trenches
Did
are
you
laughable.
refer to yourself as a god?
The reason that's Bear Bear had a great point. I'm not a veteran, but I respect veterans, and I would never want a veteran to accidentally get pineapple on their pizza because I respect what they did.
Oh, that might be one of the greatest statements I've ever heard in my life.
I eat apple pie and I pledge the allegiance. I am loyal to this country, and this country does not put pineapple on its pizza. That is insidious communist propaganda, and I will not stand for it.
Hold on. Devil's advocate again. Real deal. Where was Pearl Harbor?
That was in Hawaii.
And what do they serve on pizza?
They serve pineapple. You want to know something? You want to know something about Hawaiians? Hawaiians don't like mainlanders. Like many of the native Hawaiians do not like mainland.
I can
So
attest to that. I lived in Hawaii for a bit. It was
they do it. They put pineapple on their pizza as a sign of protest to the mainland.
It's literally called a Hawaiian pizza.
I will not stand. Yeah, it's a sign of protest against this great country because they're upset that the mainlanders are there, and I will not stand for it.
I'm just gonna throw a wild guess out here. You don't like poi, do you?
Poi? What's that?
Never mind.
I might like it. Like I like pineapple, just not on pizza. And I think if you had like my problem with pineapple on pizza is it doesn't match with the red sauce. If you had a different sauce base,
I
maybe.
completely agree.
If you had like a sweet cheese, if you had a sweet cheese and like some type of pineapple based sauce or some other fruit based sauce, I might eat it.
Yeah,
And
I
if
don't get it either, but I mean, everything's for somebody, right?
Yeah, especially evil, wrong opinions like pineapple on pizza that cannot.
Dying on this hill.
I did not come up here for a battle of our lives.
Look, you started the fucking pizza war. Now you're in it.
I started the pizza war.
This is unironically, I've been more obstinate in this than my consciousness debate. I was willing to give more ground on that. This, I will not give none.
I'm going to give you much respect for using the word obstinate correctly.
Know what? I'm setting my pikeman forward. Hypnotic, you're completely incorrect.
Oh my
Objectively.
Once again, obstinate.
Yeah,
I am not wrong.
He missed the consciousness one. He was a good guy. I understood what he was saying, but he kept misunderstanding like my main point, and he asked me to reiterate it like 20 times, and he kept being like, "I don't get what you're saying." I'm like, I'm getting a little frustrated, but it's not your fault because I can't blame someone for not understanding a point on a complex issue. But there is no complex issue here. Pineapple on pizza does not belong.
This is one of those
we
moments where
just
I would love to argue with Real Deal because he's really fun to argue with. But I can argue with him on this one. He wins.
What's your guys' opinion on thin crust?
Ooh, see, now I'm in very near St. Louis, and we have. Are any of you familiar with St. Louis, Missouri?
No, I have never been.
Okay, we have a pizza place here called Emo's, and I would call it the best pizza on the planet.
They do thin crust?
Yep, very. It's almost like a cracker crust.
Yeah. I just like it for the crunch. I prefer regular pizza, but dude, if you give me thin crust, I'm happy.
So
I'm
you're
down.
a texture person.
Sorry, what?
So you're a texture person?
Yeah. I mean, well, I'm gonna say I'm texture over flavor, but it's like a 50-50. I need both.
I'll give you that. You got to have gratification on both points.
Right. Like I like thin crust. I'm never disappointed with thin crust unless there's a lot of people there that like thin crust because I get one bite, like fuck. But besides that, I'm all good
For
with
me,
it.
it's the cheese blend, dude. Emo's has a cheese blend. It's provolone, mozzarella, Swiss, and cheddar, but it's fucking perfect.
Travis, you want to spin the wheel again? See if we get another funny topic.
Oh, Travis was wait for it. Travis will come up with a topic that nobody was ready for.
Travis, show the wheel. Yeah, so we're doing a mock debate, and he spins a wheel.
Oh, I know what it's about.
Let's see. Camera. I need to go through all this and turn this off. I don't want to do that one.
Apparently, she did mine.
Oh, we already did that.
Cats versus dogs.
Oh, wow.
I like them both. I prefer dogs, but I don't have a hard stance.
I like dogs more because they're obedient, but I respect cats more because they don't give a fuck what you think.
Yeah. What else do we get? Travis is a little computer engineer. I like it.
Travis is
Conspiracy theory.
Okay, he's got another table for that.
Oh shit. Oh, why didn't we stay on conspiracy theory? Damn it! Why'd you spin again?
Government controls the weather.
Well,
I mean, we could see it happen.
I mean, we just saw it happen twice.
I mean, like we know in Saudi Arabia they can create rainstorms, and the United States has the HARP, which is a weapon to control weather.
See, now I asked to stay on conspiracy theories, and here we are.
I got one wheel for the topic. The other one is for...
Right. I mean, to be fair though, everything is a conspiracy theory until it's proven right.
I even have Elvis is alive on this one.
Wow,
Well,
that was
people-
very Epstein Island of you.
If you believe, if you believe Men in Black, Elvis is alive. He just went home.
Or maybe we invaded his home. Depends on how you see it.
Yeah, he could be an older race that humans came down and took it all. True.
We don't belong.
Okay, one thing about Elvis, he had the most disgusting sandwich. He loved banana peanut butter sandwiches.
We're gonna have to fight right now, dude.
All right, let's go. Let's go.
We're not talking pineapple on pizza anymore. We're just talking good.
Oh, it's not good. Too much mush.
Well, once again, you're a texture person.
Well, it's not just texture. Like bananas are really sweet.
Yeah, What,
and with
what was
peanut-
your response to that again? Please tell me. It was too much what?
Well, it's too much mush, but also there's too much sweet clashing with peanut butter. Well, I don't eat sweet peanut butter. I eat original peanut butter with the oil on top, and you mix it. So that would not go good with banana.
Yeah, I don't think that would.
So if you have Jiffy, maybe it would work, but I don't really eat Jiffy.
Dude, peanut butter, chocolate, and banana on a sandwich is kind of where it's at.
Well, chocolate and banana goes good, because I've done banana dipped chocolate. So I would agree with that part. But maybe I just have to try Jiffy and banana. I'll give it a shot. I'll tell you what, tomorrow I'll go try some Jiffy peanut butter and banana
I
and
just
see how I
have
like
one
it.
question, and I joined late, so I have no idea who this person is, so I have to ask this question. Hypnotic, are you still here? Are you very, very, very disappointed in yourself for joining this live yet?
No. I stand tall with my stance that it's good on Hawaiian pizzas only.
Well, that's why you're wrong, but it's okay.
Yeah, she should be disappointed because she's completely factually incorrect and it's objective.
He pretty much just told you that you're objectively wrong.
And that's an opinion, not a fact.
No, it's a fact, but you know.
See, here's the thing: when scientists were discovering like the molecules that make up like water, they found an inscription on the molecule that says "pineapple should not go on pizza."
Very small text, huh?
Yep.
Oh.
It's on the hydrogen molecule. So actually, hydrogen is one of the most common molecules in the universe. So therefore,
if you go into the acidic levels, we're gonna.
Damn.
see, the only thing that can be proven to be objectively true is pineapple does not go on pizza, and that a woman with 3 legs is better than a person with 3 arms. But that was something we brought up earlier.
Wait, no, we're not just gonna walk past that without an explanation.
So he has a thing where, if he spins his wheel, it goes, "Would you rather?"
No,
and then
3 legs on a woman. No, don't walk over it.
no, I'm not. I'm explaining. So how that came up. So he spins a thing on the wheel and it says, "Would you rather?" And then there was a, "Would you rather have 3 legs or 3 arms?" So I said I would argue what the opposite of whatever the other guy argued for good fun, and he said he wanted 3 arms because he could do more things. I said, well, 3 legs. That's an extra foot for a foot job. Therefore, boom, roasted. I'm right. And he started laughing his ass off.
Okay, well, what if you're not the average white male and you were born with 3 legs?
Hey, better for jobs. Boop, 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 boop. And you can kick people's ass. You could kick their ass 3 times better. So Objectively right. Boom, roasted.
I mean, that's fair enough because when I fall asleep sleeping on my back, it does kind of hit me in the ass.
Yeah, you could tripod it and just fall asleep standing up and freak everyone else out. And then his response was 3 arms are better because you could give 3 hand jobs. And I said, objectively, foot jobs are better. Prove me wrong. I don't need evidence for that positive claim.
Yes, you do.
No, see, but
No,
on
he
the
doesn't. That's like a double reach around, and he can still take care of himself at the same time.
So hypnotic. This is how I know it's objectively true. So when you look at water on the hydrogen molecule and
Oh
talk
my
about
God.
pizza, on the oxygen molecule, it said that hand jobs are worse than foot jobs.
No. You know what? I will mute you.
Done.
I will mute you if you talk about the hydrogen molecule again.
I'm not. I'm talking about the oxygen molecule and how hand jobs are worse than foot jobs. Said
I
on
will
the
mute you
oxygen
right
molecule.
this second.
Mod wall.
Yeah, we just mute each other in chat and kick each other in the
For real though, like you're going full Oppenheimer at this point. You're like, I have become. Oh.
Oh, he also said that he's like, well, my ex-wife had ugly feet. I'm like, you can always make feet look better. You can always make feet look better. He's like, you can make hands look better. I went, nah. See, it's on the carbon molecule that you can't make hands look better.
I swear.
See, I told you, Travis, this would be fun. Not only did we get a lot of viewers, we had a good intellectual stimulating
I'm kind of looking
conversation.
at 3 people in the chat right now, but it doesn't matter because this is fucking
Well,
priceless.
earlier we had like 12, which for Travis is a lot.
That's a good amount.
So we had a good intellectual conversation on some serious topics like consciousness, and now we're having the ultimate conversation about pineapple on pizza and 3-legged women, which is the objective ultimate answer that science is trying to find and already did. Hypnotic's wrong.
Facts over feelings, bro.
Yeah,
Those
they
are
don't
your
care about your
feelings.
opinion.
Well, you know what? Facts don't care about feelings. So the fact is, pineapple doesn't belong on pizza and fucking pizza.
Well, it's not feelings; it's a physics. Remember how I showed you objectively that it was true?
Here we go into the fucking hydrogen shit again.
Hey, Travis, want to do another spin? Let's try to get a topic we haven't got yet. Another one Hypnotic will be wrong about.
Oh my god.
There's a lot of molecules out there, okay?
Alright, would you rather?
Okay. Let's spin the wheel and see what the thing is.
Always wear clown makeup or wear a hospital gown whenever you go out of your home?
I'd do clown makeup because we all put on a face every motherfucking day.
I do clown makeup because me and my friends could be zombie clowns because it didn't specify what type of clown makeup. We could shuffle down Main Street in a group of like 30, and every time we see a child, we can stop, point, and hiss at them and
Why do
scare
I
them.
feel like you've thought about this already.
Dude, yeah, think about how funny that'd be. You're a zombie clown, you're shuffling, a kid walks out, and you all just stop, look at him slowly, point, and just go,
on the fucking moment fucking answer. You have thought about this.
think of the fear. Think of the power you could have putting fear in the hearts of kids that push your nephew over on the slide. You
He's
could
been
scare
waiting
them
his whole
forever.
life for this. I would say clown makeup because you can actually make clown makeup look kind of cute.
Actually, there's some TikToker where I guess she
don't
dresses
know
like a
if I'm more
clown.
disturbed by the fact that you said that, or more disturbed by the fact that I'm intrigued by it.
So
Well, oh, you go.
here's a TikToker to prove her point that dresses up like a slutty clown. And one time she's like, stop commenting, ha ha, big kazungas, like they're talking about her tits. People love clowns, like slutty clowns. There's a whole new thing on TikTok.
What is the name of this TikTok person?
I will find her if I can, and I will send her to you. I did not follow her. I did not follow her because she's a clown and I don't whack at the clowns.
I mean, it depends on the clown. I mean,
I've got some coming up. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, nigger balls, nigger.
Yeah, fuck off, dude.
F1 in the comments.
Hey guys, if you're going to come up and show your intelligence, just don't.
Yeah. Well, no one disagrees, Travis. We need another spin.
well, Travis, I've said it once, I'll say it a million times. I'm just smart enough to know I'm stupid.
Wait, I have a question before Travis spins. Do you think like female clowns' vaginas work like a clown car? Like,
Oh
like
my!
40
I
babies
will
can
mute
come
you.
out?
I will mute you.
Wait a minute. Continue on, because that was fucking profound. Carry on, sir.
40 clowns come out and they're like all in little suits and they're like on little tricycles and are like making the doctors laugh. And then they shuffle and scare children when they grow up.
Nobody laughs at clowns.
I laugh at clowns scaring kids. I don't like to scare kids, but when I get scared of clowns, I don't know why I always giggle.
Well,
And the more scared they get, the harder I
that was
laugh.
a Diddy R. Kelly moment, because only kids laugh at clowns.
Oh, you should have a baby oil topic, Travis. And like baby oil, is it only for Diddy or is it for us too?
There's so many ways to get banned. So, moving on.
For some reason, Diddy doesn't ban you. You think it would, but no. Travis is gonna be like, is Hypnotic right about pineapple
Popular
pizza?
opinion. I can't wait until Oprah goes down with Diddy.
Yes, agreed. She's a monster.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, how is this one fair? There's two would you rather side by side, and it got right in between.
You have to stop laughing long enough to fucking say the sentence.
Just spin it again.
I'll spin it one more time.
Would you rather listen to Hypnotic eat pineapple pizza or unalive yourself? Well, I already know my answer.
I'm
Oh
going
my
with
God.
option 2. Thank you.
I feel like I joined up here just to be harassed, and Travis is just allowing this on his live.
I have to go see who you are, Hypnotic.
Hypnotic, you joined to be wrong about pineapple pizza. Let's be
It'll
honest.
only let me send you gifts, so apparently that's what I'm going to do. There you go.
Damn.
Okay. I looked up,
Thank you.
I looked up right to see that.
All right, what's the next one, Travis?
Best anime.
Never got into anime. I have zero knowledge. So clue me in as you speak about it.
My favorite anime, I would say best is Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. It talks about major moral issues. It has good artistic style, has good writing, good voice acting, and it has a really good combat. Has like really good combat and a
So
really good
Full Metal
hard magic.
Alchemist. Are we talking? I understand alchemy, but where's the Full Metal come in? Are we talking like Full Metal Jacket the movie?
No, so
or-
he's called Full Metal because he has like a robotic arm, so they refer to him as Full Metal.
So like a cyborg thing.
Yeah. It's just referencing his arm,
And specifically, we're talking about Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood.
which is like a alternate universe, same characters but like a different order of events.
So
I also
different
like it's
times and dimensions of the same story.
yes.
Okay.
I also like its hard magic system, where a hard magic system is where the magic's explained to basically a science, and like you understand the rules and it can't break outside the rules, so it like makes it more realistic and it doesn't like have
Okay, so we're talking like a cartoon quantum physics.
yeah,
Okay.
their magic system is like you can't create more mass because they use alchemy to create things, right? But it's based off the amount of mass you're using and the ingredients you're using. So like you can't just use magic to solve an issue if they write themselves in a corner, they can't just magic things away, which would be Deus Ex Machina, which is bad writing.
So a little bit of realism.
Yeah, it's a hard magic system means it has like set rules that can't be broken, so it's more realistic.
Okay. See, I never really got into anime because, fuck, I work too much. I can't delve into fantasy. I'm too busy dealing with reality, to be fair.
Facts.
Hypnotic, you're into anime. What's your favorite anime? What's the best anime? I know you'll be wrong because I have another molecule.
Steins Gate.
Oh,
Steins Gate on top.
So, Jay, here's the problem with that. Have you heard of the carbon molecule?
shut your mouth.
So, if you look at the carbon molecule, it's a,
Mute.
it's a universal objective truth. It's actually
Oh,
inscribed.
shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
It's inscribed on the carbon
Go
molecule.
away, Darth Dawkins. Be gone.
Wait, real quick, is Dawkins here? Dawkins, join.
The name of Tom Rabbit in the name of Tom Rabbit. Go away.
Real quick, Hypnotic, don't mute me. I just want to hear Jay's response. So on the carbon molecule, if you look at it, it's a universal objective truth that you're wrong because it's inscribed that Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood is the best anime.
That might be the most you can't fucking argument against it statement ever. It's say those words again. It's a fundamental objective truth.
Universal objective truth. I don't.
Do you believe in universals? Do you believe in
No,
universals?
I don't. I'm just being a little ass. Earlier, Hypnotic was talking about
19. Okay, let me break this to you. Do you believe we're in a not God world?
No, I do not.
Wait. How does Darth ask these question? What is a not God world? Do you believe? So you believe there's a God?
Yes, I
you
do.
believe that Hinduism is the real objective truth, and that
I'm
without
more,
Hinduism there would be no universals?
As Travis explained to me like a month and a half, 2 months ago, I am not religious, but I am agnostic. I do believe I'm going to have to answer to somebody, but I think we're all calling the same God different names.
I believe in Gary Bear. Look at Gary. Look at him. Gary Mills.
Jay's using an argument from Darth Dawkins, so if it sounds bad faith, it's because it is. He's just fucking around.
Yeah, he's messing around.
Basically, he's like, do you believe we live in a not God world? And he's like, how do you justify the existence of universals in a not God world?
So
And
how do you justify atheism? So you think
there's no
everything
proof
came
of
from nothing?
unicorns.
So
There's
you
no
think-
proof of unicorns,
So an
therefore there
atheist-
are no
Hold on,
unicorns.
hear me out. So an atheist thinks everything came from nothing, correct?
An uncaused cause, correct? Sort of, kind of.
When, as an atheist, when you die, what happens?
Go to nothing. Back
Oh,
to nothing.
so
Revert to nothing.
Wait, so you go back to your creator?
Yeah, to your nothing. Yeah.
Is that not Christianity?
Well, I mean, even right now in not society, in the world as we can see it, there are particles
my
that
question, yes
quantum
or no?
fluctuate in and out of existence.
Is that
So
not the
things can pop
basis
in
of-
and out of existence.
Is that not the basis of Christianity? You died and went back to your creator.
Yeah. I mean, same difference.
But there's other religions that have that idea too, so.
Travis, you want to spend the thing
Just
again?
food for thought, not argument.
Yeah, no, we're Jay. We're doing mock debates, and
I
he's
want
a
to
little
debate.
real.
Yeah, absolutely. Spin the wheel.
So you missed me destroy Hypnotic on pineapple pizza because I was talking about water. If you look at the water molecule on the hydrogen atom, it says that
Why do
pineapple
we keep
shall
going
not
back
go
to
on
that
pizza.
with you?
Because the hydrogen atom says there's an inscription that says.
Do you
an
believe
objective truth.
pineapple is a universal truth, Real Dale?
Hypnotic does.
I believe the only universal truth is pineapple should not be on pizza. I don't know if pineapple itself is a universal truth. It's on the hydrogen atom.
Wait. I have the rude question that everybody didn't have the balls to ask.
Listen to Gary.
Hypnotic, do you like the upside down pineapple on your pizza?
Oh, God.
That's wild. That is absolutely
Upside down
wild.
pineapple?
Hypnotic, are you over the age of 18?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure he wasn't going to go to jail.
Oh, she's a mod. She's a regular.
Okay. Oh, so you don't get your feelings hurt. Period.
No, she did because she muted me when I was explaining how on the carbon molecule
Okay.
that anime was objective.
Can we spin the wheel? I want to spin the wheel.
Let's spin the wheel.
Gary wants to spin the wheel.
Jay, I had a pretty interesting conversation on consciousness, and I wish you were here for it.
Also, I don't care. I'll debate about anything, even if I don't agree with the debate topic. I'll debate on about anything. I don't care.
Yeah, I did that earlier with three-legged people versus two-legged people, and I just made up a mock argument for fun.
Travis, I'm starting to understand why you keep him around.
Okay, spin it, Travis.
When I'm not, I'm not.
Should pets have the ability to talk?
Okay, all right, real. Which one do you want?
I don't know which side to pick because is that a moral claim? I don't understand what the question means.
Don't think too hard in it. Just pick a side and argue for it.
All right, so no, because I don't think it's humans' moral responsibility to make animals talk. If they talk, they have to.
Okay.
No, I mean like should they have the natural ability to.
Oh, if they have the natural ability, then they should be able to.
Okay, all right. So let me start off my opening statement. Can we do Showtime? Give me 2 minutes. Give me 2 minutes. Do the Showtime thing.
Am I arguing against Jay or Gary?
A lot to ask for.
You're arguing against both. Gary is he's next to my shoulder. He's inside of me. Okay, Gary Milne.
Well, hey, it's 2024, or you know what I mean. So, or no, it's 20. Yeah, so you're all good, bro. It's beautiful. Love is
all
love.
right. Here we go. Okay, we ready? All right. Set the timer. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Okay. All right. During the course of this discussion, I'm going to be explaining why I think animals should not have the ability to talk, regardless of whatever natural and moral things exist. If my animal had the ability to talk, he would say so much shit. Like, what if I was, having time, with my significant other, and then like he told everybody about how he was watching, sitting down next to me, trying to sleep, and the walls were rocking, like that's pretty fucked up. I can't have him saying that shit to everybody. He can't know like certain things. Like he's been around me too much. Like he's gonna know I'm a weirdo. So like, how do you justify giving them the ability to speak? Like they'll tell all of our secrets. Like, how many cats have sat in during like presidential calls? How many dogs have sat in during presidential calls? Like they know like CIA classified documents. Like I tell my cat shit I would tell nobody else because I know he won't say anything. Like it's all in his head. So I think that Real is gonna have to establish that he's a immoral, authoritarian leader who wants to expose everybody's secrets throughout the course of this, and he has no respect for personal privacy and secrets. That's it.
So you're a big proponent of saying things in confidence and expecting them to be kept in confidence.
Yep, that's an authoritarian government right there. If your cat can say stuff. What if they send cats to expose everybody's secrets?
See, this is
like the Russians.
This is where I differ, and just on this point, I would love for my animals, and I have many critters. Okay, I got a bearded dragon, leopard gecko, newts, geckos, cichlids, dogs, and fucking anoles. I've got many critters. I would love to hear everything they had to say.
Okay.
Now, would I agree with everything they had to say? Would I like everything they had to say? Probably not. But I'd love to hear it.
So here's my
What if
argument.
they... Go ahead.
Oh, shit. Oh, no. Bear's time. He's good.
No, we're good. I'm just elaborating upon your...
Okay. So you're saying I would be authoritarian by letting the animals have the ability to speak and tell secrets, but you are trying to prevent them from being able to speak in themselves, which is an authoritarian measure. I think the cat, yes, they would have the ability to share your secrets, but they would have the ability to keep your confidence. They'd also have the ability to be wingmans. I mean, what if you're with your lady and you're just laying it down, and your dog goes out and says, "Listen, my master is Shao Kahn of slaying pussy." Would you not like that? I mean, that might be between you and your dog if you
Let's
don't like
just be honest right here. Cats are assholes. Cats would not say that.
Okay, well, I said dog. But it doesn't matter because you'd be giving them the free will to speak. And they could share your secrets, but they could not, just like any person. But you want to prevent them from speaking, which would be an authoritarian measure. The essence of authoritarianism is now not allowing free speech and free thought. Damn it, I'm not going to smoke and come on here anymore. Yeah. So I actually want free will for all these animals, and by you saying that they should not be able to speak because they can share secrets is the height of paranoia, and it's the height of authoritarianism. What if they sat down? What if there was the dog right when they were planning Watergate and warned everyone else about Watergate ahead of time? That'd be great for the American people to know what type of leader they have ahead of time.
And if you wait long enough, he'll tell you how the cats are talking about the hydrogen fucking molecule.
The only thing I have to worry about my dog telling people is the peanut butter, but we don't talk about that.
What? No, wait, we're not just going to walk over that. What?
I'm 100%
Real deal.
being facetious.
How do you justify universal truths in a not dog world?
I don't justify universal
The
truths.
not dog world. I fucking love that. Say it again for the people in the back. That was fucking brilliant.
How do you justify universal truths in a not dog world?
I don't justify any universal truths.
Okay, so if dogs can speak, how can they be sure that their senses are accurate in a not God world?
Well, how can you be sure your senses are accurate in a not God world?
Now, back to your point. You were saying that by me preventing the dogs from being able to speak, that would lead to an authoritarian regime. I think the issue with that thought is if they can't speak, they can't declare that you're being authoritarian. So, if they can speak, like, what if Biden read off his nuclear codes, just talking to himself, and his dog was right there, his little fucking fuzzy mutt.
Read a nuclear code. Quit it.
Oh, okay, well, see, again, I didn't say it would lead to an authoritarian regime or it would stop it. I said that the action of preventing it to speak would be authoritarian, which in itself is not objective. It is a subjective thing based off the definition. It's not a universal objective. It is arbitrary, but we use language arbitrarily to orientate ourselves in the universe.
Also,
I don't know about that. We bastardize language to suit our causes.
I have a point to make. If animals could speak, we would know about it, so these secrets would not be being shared because they wouldn't have those animals
So
in
would it
those
be a
situations
sudden-
if we knew they could talk.
Let's clarify the debate here. Would it be a
That's a
sudden
very
change
human point of view.
where they instantly became capable of speech instantly, or have they always been able to speak?
Oh, you better believe they've always been able to.
Travis,
speak.
which one is
Just don't
it?
know how to hear it.
Travis decides the orientation of the debate. What framework are we working from, Travis? Could they always speak or could they not always speak in sudden immersions?
Sudden.
You just want sudden so it works for your side.
No, straight
It still
up.
wouldn't.
Animals speak to us every day. We're just too.
Travis is
stupid to
impartial.
understand
Travis
what
is
they're saying.
impartial.
Yeah. Let's say that it's always been the way.
Either
Okay,
way,
so-
you lose, objectively.
Even then, if we look at today's instance of the only talking animals we have, people have been prosecuted by their parrots because their parrots know about the drugs. They talk about the drugs. Have you seen that video of the parrot where it's cocaina, cocaina? So if parrots had the capability to speak, it would be they do have the ability to speak, and people are getting prosecuted every day for it. So if we let all the animals speak, think about the cataclysmic proportions that could happen when you have an animal the size of a rat that can eavesdrop on every conversation, and the government can send them into your house to find out about the D-rugs.
So now everybody's actually accountable for their own actions. Oh my goodness, how horrible is that?
What about privacy?
Okay,
Fuck
what about-
privacy. If you're fucked up, you're fucked up.
I mean, you have privacy since the animals could always speak, they could always speak. You brought them to the house.
Yeah, but
They're
what about
always-
small animals?
Well,
Are bugs included in this?
Right, so-
Lizards?
May I ask a question?
Okay, 1 minute.
Do you have an Alexa in your house?
Me? No.
Do you have a smartphone?
Yeah.
And you're worried about a cat listening to you?
Yeah, but the smartphone can't snitch on me in a court of law.
Here's
Your,
okay.
An
your
animal could.
smartphone absolutely can't snitch on you in a court of law because you signed in a terms of agreement when you logged in.
So Jay, I got an answer for you. So if you bring the pets in knowing they can speak, then you have to run that risk. If an animal that's not in your home that can speak, which means they have to be sentient or at least intelligent enough to comprehend what they're doing, enters your home, they should be prosecuted for breaking and entering.
Also, if they can
along
comprehend,
that line-
go ahead.
sorry.
Go ahead, Dynamic.
Oh, I was just gonna say along that line of thought, just like how in law, like police can't use evidence that they obtained illegally, it would kind of probably apply similarly to animals that work
Right,
for
so-
government.
To
Even
be
then,
fair,
like-
to be fair, you're going to go back to the Jim Crow laws and before that, because animals would be considered property, just like humans used to be during
I was getting
slavery.
there. Yeah, so if we say that animals are intelligent creatures that can comprehend everything that's going on, so how would you rationalize like horses, working animals? Because are we saying that they're in a symbiotic equal relationship, or are the humans still above the animals?
No,
Because
we
human
don't
progress
know.
would be
That's
greatly
very much
stagnated.
Not symbiotic was the wrong acronym to use there. Not acronym.
Well, if we're talking about in the hypothetical where they always could speak, I don't think I think societies would have enslaved them in the past. But in
Think
this
about
modern-
how much human
this-
progress would be stagnated if
right.
we couldn't have horses.
Right, but what I'm saying is in the past, I don't think
That's
they
a
would have
profound statement.
Well, here's the thing. This is what I'm saying. In the past, they would have been enslaved, but in our modern society, they would not be enslaved. They'd be citizens, and it would be more symbiotic.
You saying they'd be second-class citizens, or they'd be equal to humans?
Symbiotic basically implies that both sides need each other. When you're using something to do your work, they don't need you, you need them.
Well, here's the thing. With horses, they would have the guarantee of food. Where in the wild, they don't have the
Yeah,
guarantee.
you don't think that a horse in the wild can find its own food?
It can, but it's not gonna have the same likelihood of a starvation event if it has another species.
Completely
for that.
false, because they lived for hundreds of thousands of years before we domesticated them.
I didn't say they were going to go extinct. I said the likelihood that they would have a starvation event would be lower if we were providing them the food than if they're out in the wild.
They've become dependent. Therein lies the problem, just like us with the government.
Again, so a symbiotic relationship would imply that both benefited. I gave you the evidence that both benefit due to the fact that they would have shelter, they would be protected from natural predators, and they would have a more sustainable food source.
I'm going to respect your view, but I'm going to disagree with it.
Who says that it's going to be a symbiotic relationship? Like how would you ensure that both sides are equally accounted for? Like what if the horses don't agree with the humans and don't want to work with the humans at all?
That's the thing.
Like
So-
how do you say human horse relations are going to be good?
So that's the thing. If you couldn't have a society where they would want to cooperate equally, then you would have to recognize them as sentient beings, and you'd have to respect them and not enslave them or have any form of symbiotic relationship. Because if they're not willing to enter a symbiotic relationship, then that would be enslavement, and that would be wrong.
Jay, that's why he doesn't want animals to be able to talk to him.
What about horses? What about not horses? What about cows? What about cows?
I'm the one that says they should be able to talk there. What about cows? Same thing. If they can't enter a symbiotic relationship,
Do you
then
think they're going to agree to being eaten?
I don't think they would agree to be eaten, but you don't have to eat to survive. You don't have to eat to
Stopped
survive.
at his tracks.
I'm not
refuted.
Not even remotely Gary.
So is it murder to
To be
unalive
fair,
a
I've
cow?
never seen a
for
cow
food?
placed in a Dahmer party situation. So who knows? Maybe they would.
1 second, because you can still survive off the animal proteins without eating them. They could totally enter a symbiotic relationship.
You're saying we should
where they
all
would
become
give milk.
vegans?
I didn't say that. Why don't you listen, Gary? Because they could
Should we necrotize all the dead cows?
No.
Is that how we're gonna do it?
No, because you wouldn't need to eat their meat. You could just eat their animal byproducts like their milk, which they could consensually.
You're gonna
give.
eat their poop?
No, he
That's-
said milk. Sustainable.
Animal, yeah. They're animal proteins. The animal proteins.
So
are
how are you gonna
represented.
enslave the chickens and steal their young?
I wouldn't, because if they don't want to do it, then they don't have to give away their eggs, and their eggs aren't young if they're not
Fuck,
fertilized.
I'll tell you how I do it because it fucking tastes good. It's good
Here's the
brain.
thing: if it's not fertilized, it's just a zygote, and there's no.
So you're
and-
saying you'd consent to animal slavery?
No, I wouldn't, because they
Absolutely.
would have to be consensual. If they consensually gave up unfertilized eggs and they were okay with that, that wouldn't break. There would be no.
Are you willing to
there'd be
give
no
up on
harm.
beef? Are you willing to give up on hamburger? On chicken?
If they're sentient, I would.
No, I'm not. Straight up. No, I'm
So,
not.
are you saying you're gonna go around murdering cows, chickens,
didn't.
pigs?
I said
Okay.
because
Are
there's.
you a
all-
murderer,
I-
real deal? Are you
no,
a
I'm not.
murderer?
No, I'm not.
Tell me,
Gary.
are you a murderer?
I'm explaining something to you, Gary. No, because you don't have to eat them. You don't have to eat unalive them to eat them. You can eat the animal byproducts. And if they consensually do it, there's no moral harm.
I'm
So
going
you're
to
in-
give you both a theory, and it's a Darwinian theory. So take it for what you choose to take it for. If your eyes face forward, it's for depth perception, and you're meant to hunt and prey upon prey animals. If you're a prey animal, your eyes point to the side so you can see in two directions at once because you need to be able to see everything coming so you can run away.
Right.
I'm a predator.
Bear, I agree with you. We're just doing a mock debate. Most of these positions I don't hold.
So, now to further upon this, what about human-animal relations? How do you prevent not incestuous, what the hell? How do you
Bestiality.
prevent
What the fuck
bestiality?
family
There
are
you go.
you from? What?
Here's the thing.
Mom always said keep it in the family.
So here's the thing. If they're sentient and they can talk, it wouldn't be immoral because bestiality is immoral because animals can't consent.
So you condone bestiality.
If it was consensual.
So you condone bestiality.
Nope. Because if it's consensual and they can speak and they can make the decision themselves and it's informed, then it's consensual. There's no moral harm. If
Why
they
do
can't
I
speak
feel
and
like
it's not
you've thought
consensual,
about
then
this
it's moral
one
harm.
too?
So isn't Christian marriage the whole place where marriage comes from? Isn't that like between a man and a woman, or however you want
Marriage
to
does
say?
not come from Christianity.
Like, so isn't it
See,
in the
now,
Levitical laws
you're
a man should not
basing
lie
your
with the
question
beast?
off of marriage being a bond of love, and
Holy
only for the
matrimony,
past
Bear.
400 or
Holy
500
matrimony.
years has marriage been a matter of love. For the most part, marriage has been a matter of monetary gain.
Again, real quick, just so you know, Bear, the bestiality thing, this is just something I'm doing for the mock.
Oh, I was just fucking with you. You're
Oh,
good.
okay. I have not thought about it. Trust me. I'm not thinking about pigs and corn.
So you have it here, folks. The real deal condones authoritarian bestiality. What else? Murdering, necro, whatever the hell. All these things right here, he condones them all. Okay.
Gary, I have a.
He's a murderer.
Can you answer the one question I asked? Can God make a penis so big he can't even suck it?
Hey, Jay, I have a riddle for you. Do you know the
What's
difference?
up?
Jay, do you know the difference between a dead body and a Lamborghini?
I don't have a Lamborghini in my garage.
I've only been in 2 Lamborghinis.
Oh, hey, Bear, do you know who? Do you know,
I got Travis. I finally got him.
Bear, do you? So Bear, do you know who Darth Dawkins is? Because when I refer to Gary, that's who I'm referring to because that's the picture of Darth Dawkins, the actual person.
I completely understood that.
Okay, no, I'm saying, but do you know who Darth Dawkins is?
Yes, I do.
Dude, I went on his live and I was acting like a Christian. I got him all like glazing me, and he was like, "Dude, you're so smart. I like you. You know, you're a young guy. You're trying to understand things." And I went, "All right, here's my second question: Can God make a penis too big for him to even suck?" Which is a valid question. And dude, he dropped me. He got mad.
But valid to who though?
Well, it's a goofy version of can he lift or because we're talking about his all powerful omnipotence.
Right.
and
I got
all-powerful
that, but valid
Right.
is subject to opinion.
But no, it's valid because it's a question. It's a paradox based off his stated position that God's all powerful and can do all things. So it's a silly version of can he make a rock too big that he can't even lift it? Because it argues against the fundamental nature of the presupposed.
Right. I get it. It's the whole
Right.
Atlas Stone theory.
Right.
So I have a question for you, Bear. If God is omnipotent, right? He has knowledge of all things, right?
I'm listening.
Does that mean he knows what it's like to oh, I fucked that up. He knows what it's like to take a dick in the ass? If he knows everything?
I mean, to be fair, did you even know what you were going to say? Because you kind of fucked that up.
Hey, I slipped up a little bit, okay? A little slip of the tongue, okay?
Slip of the tongue. Huh, well. On that note, here's another joke. Hey, Jay, do you know what eating pussy and talking to the mafia have in common?
You'll die for both?
Nope, one slip of the tongue and you're in deep shit.
Nah, I think Hypnotic's mortified at this point, and I love it. She's been silent ever. I'm surprised she wasn't silent when I spanked her over the pineapple pizza and her being objectively wrong.
Objectively
whoa,
wrong.
Whoa, I don't know much about Hypnotic, but the fact that you said you spanked her over a pineapple pizza might have just turned her on.
Y'all have a good night.
Yeah, you have a good night, Jay. We're just having fun at this point. Hey, you want to spin the wheel again, Travis? This has been really fucking fun.
She's like, "Can you pull my hair too?"
Oh Jesus. Well, actually, no, Bear, you're misunderstanding what she said. She said, "Can you hold my hair?" Because she's throwing up all that disgusting.
Oh, my bad.
Pizza. She needs me to hold her hair while she throws up that disgusting food.
Yeah, completely misunderstood that. My bad.
Best Star Trek. Yeah, damn it. Best Star Trek captain.
Hypnotic, you will not hurt my last feeling if you just say "fuck you, Bear" every now and then. Go ahead.
Fuck you.
There it is. Yeah, girl.
Sorry, I'm coughing. That's why I'm repeating.
Travis, my stance is it's Cisco, Captain Cisco. My reasoning for that, yep, that's right, from Deep Space Nine. My reasoning, my reasoning for that is his actions had a greater positive effect in protecting the Federation than Kirk or Picard.
That makes sense.
Because
Sheldon, what the fuck?
Because he prevented the Klingons, the Dominion, the Cardassians, and the Borg at one point from destroying the galaxy. Picard only ever prevented the Borg.
Dude, am I the only one that heard him struggle not to say Kardashians?
I thought he did.
Did I say Kardashians? I say Cardassians.
I don't know what you said, but
Cardassians. Cardassians.
no. It's way too damn close.
The only person that can save us from the Kardashians is what's his name? Kanye West. He's the only one that can save us.
That might be the fucking Star Trek quote of all time right there.
But the Cardassians, not the Kardashians. The Cardassians. He not only saved us from them, but prevented them. He ended the Cardassian and Dominion alliance and prevented the Borg. So he saved us from multiple galactic threats. Where Kirk only did one. No, Kirk did 0, and Picard only did 1, and he didn't do it effectively.
What's your favorite decade of Star Trek?
Probably. With Deep Space Nine was late '90s, so I'd probably say '90s.
Why?
Well, okay. Why? I like the setting of Deep Space
I'm
Nine.
gonna ask why, but I'm gonna assume I know why. Was it the blend of science fiction becoming reality?
No. So the reason I like Deep Space Nine is it focuses more on individual characters, and because it's not in a pure Federation setting, you get multiple perspectives that clash, which is supposed to be the innate thematic.
One more
theme of
question.
Star Trek.
One more Star Trek question. Who was the sexiest woman ever on Star Trek?
7 of 9.
No, Troy.
No, you're correct. Objectively, see on the carbon molecule. I'm just kidding. I just like Deep Space Nine better. I just personally, my preference.
What?
You know.
Oh, wait. Was it because she had more hydrogen cells?
No, honestly, I like Troy's attractive, but I like Deep Space Nine better.
Not gonna lie to you, I'd eat everything in Troy's pants.
I would do that with Deep Space Nine. Not Deep Space Nine. Well, yes, I would, but 7 of 9. I just think she's more attractive. I like taller women, and she's taller than Troy.
How tall are you?
I'm 5'10".
I'm just gonna be nice and refrain.
Are you gonna say everyone's taller than me because I'm above average?
I'm just gonna be nice and refrain from that too.
Now, I am exactly the international average if we're talking about something else, and I want to thank China for that, because without the Chinese people, white people would be the minority, and we would be small. But because you know how there's the mean, there's the outliers and all that, they balance it out in our favor. So thank you, China. Thank you, our brothers, for
a
bearing that
single
cross.
grain of rice can tip the scales.
And the Chinese are a lot more than a single grain, and they tipped it in our favors. So I want to take a moment of silence for the Chinese men out of respect for them bearing the cross of having a little one for all of us.
Your humility in that moment was fucking 12 out of 10, brother.
Without them, we would not be able to compete. So thank you, our Chinese brothers. Here's my moment of silence. Thank you for bearing this cross.
Ooh, I wanted to say pun intended, but nobody would have got it.
They have to bear the shame of being the little ones. Thank you, China. Thank you. Right. Say it again, Travis, because now it's getting silly again. I want to get more silly. Hypnotic just sitting there.
Anything to say?
She's eating her disgusting pineapple pizza.
No,
Yeah.
she very quietly said thank you in the background, I think.
She took all the hydrogen out of her water, so there's just air in her room, but she doesn't want to break the universal law.
Why are you stuck on hydrogen?
Because it's a universal fact.
Look here, Oppenheimer.
So, 7 of 9 was 5'8".
I think Troy was like the actress who played Troy was 5'5".
Yeah, she was short too.
That sounds about it. That could be it.
But she was short and thick, and I don't know what it is. Short and thick works for me.
I like thick, but I like tall and thick. And even though 7 of 9 isn't really thick, she's only a bit thick in the breasts. She's taller than Troy, so I think height matters more than the thickness. Now that I think about it, for me, but I like both.
See, for me, it really doesn't matter. It's all about shape. I don't give a fuck how short or tall you are, or how big or small you are. If you're shaped right, I'll be attracted to you.
If you could give me someone with Troy's thickness who was 6'2", let's go.
What the fuck? You want to climb trees, huh?
I dude, the view's always better on the peaks. You know what I'm saying? When you're on the summit.
No, I completely get it. You've got a conquering issue.
There's no issue. I always conquer.
And there it is. Thank you for proving my point.
They call me the Shao Kahn of women.
Do they call you that, or do you call you that?
See, I would be a part of they, so it's both correct. Travis, you want to spin it again?
You guys, this is why I come into this live. You guys are fucking awesome.
Does aliens exist?
Oh, there's no question there.
I would just have to say that it's mathematically almost impossible for them to not exist. It takes one life.
I was going to argue with you until you said the word not.
Yeah. I mean, think about it, right? If you have a bacteria that exists on a piece of space junk that goes off into the atmosphere, out of our atmosphere into space, and it lands on another planet and mutates even to one generation past, that would then be alien life.
I mean, just the pure laws of probability say we can't be the only ones.
I mean, Hypnotic's trying to end all of them, but she's failing.
I'm working on it.
Well, if they come into my life, then she could just eat them.
Yeah, you see those viewers? Those are aliens trying to invade.
Yeah, those are aliens going, nope, this is the Arkansas of the universe. Pass that one by.
Landed on Would You Rather.
Okay.
I don't know about that one. I'm going to find a good one.
Is this like a Cards Against Humanity type thing? What are we doing with the Would You Rather?
He's finding the other one because there's two. He has another spinner for if he hits Would You Rather.
Oh, okay.
Actually, it's more of a randomizer, but would you rather be a giant hamster or be a tiny elephant?
Ooh. I'm going to go with tiny elephant.
I'm going to go with the giant hamster. I'm going to let Bear go first.
Giant hamster is very much more intimidating, but women fucking love elephants, and tiny elephants just seem cute, and it seems like I get more attention.
I've got to add, Bear is right.
he would get more attention. Just saying.
So my stance as a giant hamster, the world's always shit on me, so I can run around and shit my giant pellets around, and everyone's got to clean that up, and I can laugh at them. Moo ha 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 ha.
So a little vindictive nature there.
Yes, and I can eat all the crop yields of all the Canadians and let them eat only pineapple pizza and see how they feel. I will not give up on. I told you I'm not leaving that hill. Dude, I have built fortifications. I now have a castle. They call me Caesar now. I have been undefeated on the pineapple pizza debate.
Did you just really Freudian slip fornication for fortifications?
I said fortification.
Okay.
And I also have built. Hello. I'm also going to die on the hill that anchovies on pizza is peak pizza, as long as it's white sauce with feta cheese.
I mean, we can agree to disagree. That's fine.
Yeah, you have a constitutional right to be wrong. You know, I respect it. You know,
so do you.
I can't be wrong. See, on the helium atom, I'm just fucking with you. I'm done. I'm done.
Well, yeah, you're living by the old fucking Nietzsche rules though, and those don't apply here.
I'm just fucking around. I'm done with the molecules because I know hypnotic's done.
No, you're not. Don't lie to us.
I like to lie though.
You will mention hydrogen at least 6 more times before this is over.
Just to prove you wrong, I'm going to mention it 12.
Well, there we go. Prove my point by denying my point.
Yes, that's what I do. Hop from one foot to the other.
We've gone through all of them.
Oh, have we?
Multiple times, yeah.
All right, Travis, what do we got next?
Has there been any topics that have not been brought up yet, and you could just choose one?
Let's see.
Ooh, that's a good choice. Let's do Travis's choice.
No, we've talked about all of them.
Ooh, I have a one, since Hawaii was brought up earlier. Now, I actually think because obviously Native Hawaiians are American citizens, their cultural rights should be respected. What do you guys think the punishment should be for when contractors and land developers destroy their ancient burial grounds? Or do you think there should not be a punishment?
That's a hard argument because there's many sides to come from because Mother Nature's been destroying them for fucking centuries.
Yeah, I think I can't speak 100% true, but I had a cousin who lived there, and the way they look at it is if nature's quote unquote destroying it, the ancestors are going back to nature. But if a developer destroys their ancient burial grounds, I believe that because that's a human interference, it's not respected. It's seen as sacrilege.
I'm going to agree with you on that point. If you knowingly disrespect somebody's culture and heritage and for profit, you are absolutely a villain.
So what do you guys think the punishment should be for when they do destroy these burial sites?
Ooh, that's all of the profits plus 50% go back to the people.
I would agree. I would actually go further and say that plus not only does the construction that they built have to be torn down, but they have to build a new monument that basically explains what happened.
That's
it's like an apology.
exactly what I said. All of the profits plus 50%.
What's the punishment for destroying the an active government building?
That's
normally about 20 years in federal prison.
Yeah, I think not only should they give money back, and I think they should build a monument apologizing, and then the monument should have educational plaques around to explain why.
I think that's too far because too far in the wrong direction. Because that doesn't really help the people other than from a moral standpoint.
Well, no, I'm saying they get the money and that in addition, as a punitive measure. So they get the money plus 50%. I agree with you on
as
there.
we've learned very recently, apparently we're all too sensitive now to fucking appreciate a statue and let it stand because somebody's going to cry about it and tear it down.
True. But it doesn't have to be a statue. It could be a monument that where all the money proceeds go back to the family or the families of the burial grounds, and it's a punitive monument that's basically saying this company was in the wrong, and it lets you know why they were in the wrong, and that this was an ancient burial ground at one
I
point.
liked I completely agreed with your opening statement with it going back to the families. Let the families decide what happens from there with their money.
And then you can build another monument right next to it, explaining why pineapples should not go on pizza.
Look, we're never gonna understand a culture other than ourselves. So just give the money to the families. Let them build their own monument. Let them decide how they should honor that.
I agree with Bear.
100%.
I think so. I just looked at the time and saw there was 3:27.
So is the end nigh?
Yeah, the end is nigh.
By the way, I had a lot of fun. This was intellectually stimulating, and then towards the end, it got pretty funny, so I enjoy it.
Oh yeah, I agree. Definitely funny at the end.
I'm at 2%.
I'm at 69%. But I'm so I
You
don't
win
think.
this time, Travis.
Huh?
You win this time, Travis.
You'll get me
I'm at
next.
32.
She said, "You won this round, Gadget."
Run this time, Gadget. What's my
Hey, Travis, I have a question for you.
What's up?
Would you prefer yourself to be happy forever, or everyone around you to be happy forever?
Everyone around me. Yeah.
Same.
See, this is where we disagree. Because if I'm not happy, then the people that I surround myself can't possibly be happy because I'm not.
Well, I think of it as, I was thinking of it as, if everyone around me is happy, then I could still be happy, but
So do you
Maybe not
feed
as
off? Do you feed off of everyone around you?
not entirely. But it's like, if the people around me are enjoying my company, then I'll enjoy.
But how are
myself.
they going to enjoy your company if they're happy and you're not?
He can
Well.
fake it.
Yeah, you could fake it till you make it. You could just.
See, I'm a firm believer in you can't help anybody until you help yourself first.
True.
So I can't be any good to anybody if I'm not good to myself first. You got to love you first.
Just real quick, Travis, when you get the time, can you send me all that D&D stuff, all my equipment, and then what the cost is, and I'll help you out figure out the amount.
Are we talking Dungeons and Dragons when you said
Yes.
D&D?
Yes.
Bro, I've got so many dice that I haven't used in 30 years. You can have them. Send me a P.O. box. I don't even need your address. I'll just fucking give it to you.
Bet. Yeah, so, yeah, Travis, when you just send me
I'm going to tell you how deep I went into this shit in the 90s. I've got a 500-sided dice.
Where's my
500? What would
you? Oh, my pocket.
I'm trying to think of what you would use a 500-sided dice for.
Hit points.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, so when you just when you do get time, if you could just send me all the equipment my character has, and then how much that is, and I can tell you, I can subtract all that and actually tell you how much like change I would have.
I'm gonna fuck. What's this? That came out real wrong. I'm gonna fuck real deal up, real bad, real quick. I've got a barbarian magic user.
Yeah, they've added archetypes to barbarians, so there's magical barbarians
This was
now.
not a thing in the 90s.
Were you doing 3.5?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it was a homebrew.
I'm not talking like online. I'm talking in the 90s, like where you had a whole group of people that just got together on Saturday.
Right. Yeah, no. A homebrew just means it's like something that doesn't necessarily go with the rule set, but you will allow it in that campaign.
No, in this day, it really wasn't allowed, but I rolled the dice right and it happened because that was what I asked for.
Right, yeah. Like an example, I played 3.5 first, and I did a homebrew of a fighter, and they just gave me like a different like style that didn't exist because it fit with my character. So the DM just made one up for me and set the rules and like had his own custom rules. That's all a homebrew is when you
Well, I
custom.
mean, if you don't have a good dungeon master, it's not going to be a fun game.
Oh, agreed. Agreed.
Agreed. Same with the players as well, because I have some players that are a little too like they don't. I don't think they are trying to have fun with it. I mean, they try a little bit, but I don't think they know how exactly they want to have fun. You know?
So they're just kind of going through the motions and winging it.
Yeah, kind of, yeah. Like Hypnotic, Immortal, and Darren, we were playing a one-shot for 4th of July, and that was hilarious.
So this is going to seem weird, but it's really not.
Sorry?
What are your, like, all three of you? Hypnotic, do you play D&D?
Yo.
Okay. So name your favorite colors, all three of you.
Wine.
So like a brandy wine, like a deep red purple?
Yeah, it's the darkest red. Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Travis?
Blue.
Like cobalt blue, light blue, what blue?
Let's go Cobalt.
Cobalt? Okay. Hypnotic?
Pastel mint green.
Ooh, that I might not have. No, I was serious when I said I'll send you guys dice. And Travis and Real Deal, I have full sets of dice in those colors. I have a not pastel, but more of a smoke green.
Mhm. Another color that I like is like purplish blue. So like purpley blue.
I'm with you on that.
The color of your victim's face when you strangle them, Hypnotic.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, that was so the wrong response. The right response was choke me.
Oh my 1-800-Hypnotic's there for you.
Yeah, but Travis, if you could just send me that stuff because I do have the
Oh, those are pretty.
open.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, it's no rush, but it is a rush, but it's no rush, but it is a rush, but it's no rush.
If
my
I
friend,
could show my dice, I would be. I want to show my dice so bad.
I'm not going to go dig into my foot locker back out in the pole barn to find mine, but I'll do it next time.
Oh, I guess the last thing before Travis ends alive. What's your guys' favorite D&D race?
God. It hurts my soul to say it, but I think orcs.
Orcs.
Like that.
I've only played a high elf, but I don't mind the idea of playing a gnome. No.
Really?
Halfling, sorry. Because halflings have a lucky feat. Damn train.
I really, like in my soul, I expected you to say elves.
They also have a Fury of the Small, which is a really good feat thing that characters of a certain height get. Hypnotic, what's yours?
Tieflings and Cambions.
Oh, okay. She's a fey girl.
I respect that. I like lizard folk.
She's a fey girl. She goes outside and looks for fucking fairy rings in the mushrooms.
Wait, I feel called out. Hold on.
I like reptiles and I like tribal societies. So lizard folk's like the perfect combination.
Yeah, I play a elf in my main campaign with my friends, but we haven't played in about a year and a half or two because he got fired from his job and started a new one instead.
I honestly couldn't tell you the last time I played. I'm gonna assume it was like 1992.
Oh, gee.
around the time that I wanted to start playing, but never did.
So you haven't played my entire life, Bear.
Well, I mean, I can't help you're young.
That's true.
You said 1990 what?
Who?
Two? So
Right
all but
before
two of my,
Literally right before I went in the military.
I like to say, because I like to tell people who are 90s kids that grew up like they were kids in the 90s, I could go, I was a 90s kid. And they go, what do you mean? I was like, I was born in 1999. And just watch them get pissed. It's my favorite little thing.
I don't get pissed. I might get a little jealous because I'm not that young.
A lot of people, a lot of people are like, I was a 90s kid. If you were a baby, they don't want to consider you a 90s kid. And I know that, so I do it to start like a little argument.
Honestly, if you're talking like Gen X people in general, yes, no,
millennials.
Oh, okay. Well, that's a different subject. Gen X and Zennials will just, if you're a good person, you're kind of incorporated.
I've noticed that Zoomers and millennials, even though like we're so totally different, it's fucking crazy. It's only one generation, but we're totally opposite. Like I like Gen Xers. I don't mind baby boomers, but I never really get along with millennials except for Travis.
I respect boomers because I was raised by them, and they kind of made me who I am. My issue with everybody from Gen X down is Gen X started going, our parents were way hard on us, we're not going to do that anymore. And then there's a complete lack of consequences. You've never had your ass beat. You've never been told, go outside and cut yourself a switch, bring it back in, and I'm going to beat your ass with it.
Well, I personally think that you can handle consequences without like having to go get a stick.
I mean, but there is something to be said for the fact that you will never forget what you did wrong if you get your ass beat for it.
All I'm gonna say is some people pay extra to get beat with a stick, but I was gonna leave it at that.
There is that.
Yeah, there definitely is that.
I mean, I've got pain tattooed on the back of my neck. I kind of like it, so you know what I'm saying.
Since people kind of like pain, do you think half the people are eating pineapple pizza just because they like to suffer?
Honestly, yes.
Travis, go to bed. I don't need any more of this.
Yeah, we don't need
Well, I
any more
mean,
of this.
the only way he could have made that statement better if he'd have brought in the hydrogen properties of pineapple.
Hey! Actually, that's objective evidence. Pineapples have juice. Juices has water in it, and water is made of hydrogen. It's logically
There it
coherent.
is.
It's logically coherent. Pineapple. Okay, I'm not.
Just a quick
Pineapple all the
mute.
way down.
Sorry, you can unmute. I'm sorry. I just wanted to do for a
I'm at
giggle.
12. I got you back. Haha, I got you back. Blah, 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 blah. Pineapple. I'm at 12. Blah, blah, blah,
Oh
blah.
shit! Apparently, I already followed Hypnotic.
Yeah, I think you guys had a conversation before. Now that I remember it,
Yeah,
You're
I
trying to say-
remember you.
He was like, "Let me talk about your Lord and Savior Jesus Christ," and you're like, "Okay, let's talk about it." And then she yelled for like 15 minutes about how Jesus was God. Right, Hypnotic? Is that right? Is that correct?
Your memory, it's sure is something.
I don't know. I think I'm objectively right. See, there's
Don't even.
No, it's not a molecule.
That is such a cop out fucking phrase.
It's not a
I'm
molecule.
objectively right.
See, it's not a molecule because it's even stronger universal law. If you look at the electron of every atom, engraved in there, it says "real deal" is correct every time, and he decides morality.
I don't think that's biology 101.
Well, it's physics 101.
No, I don't think that's right either.
Well, it also says on the neutron that Bear's entitled to his opinion, but the electron is correct.
A real deal?
Yes.
Pineapple.
Pineapple. Who lives on a pineapple under the sea? Hypnotic with her gross pizza.
I don't. It's not even a hill I want to unalive on, you know?
Not anymore, huh?
At this point, I'm just like, I just really want to go full water boy and be like, water sucks.
Here's the thing, Hypnotic. You don't have a hill because I took the hill from under you and added it to my hill.
Oh my god.
You just made a mountain out of your molehill.
Yes. I'm on the Mount Olympus of the correct pizza choice, alright?
For real? If you say anything other than pepperoni and bacon, we're fighting.
As the best?
Would that include or exclude free meat?
Would say again?
Would that include or exclude free meat pizza? But it has beef on there as well.
No, we can. Beef is always welcome.
Oh, gotcha.
Here's the thing. That's the second best. The best is white sauce pizza with feta cheese and anchovies, and the Zeus of the Mount Olympus of
You lost all rights to your opinion when you said anchovies.
No, see, I can't lose rights because I'm the.
You're wrong at this point.
No, I'm the Zeus
The
of
third
Mount
molecule
Olympus of
says
pizza.
that your part 2 particle is fucking wrong.
No, because I'm the Zeus of Mount Olympus of pizza. You don't understand this.
I am. Oh my gosh. Your part 2 particle is wrong.
But here's the thing: it wasn't a particle; it was an electron. Therefore, he was incorrect because I had stated electron, which is a subatomic particle, not a regular particle.
When you
of the
subtract
atom.
2 and 3 from 1, you get bacon and pepperoni is the best. Fuck your anchovy.
No, it's the second best. The Zeus has spoken.
Well, Zeus has been wrong before.
Never, not once.
Really?
See, I'm not the normal Zeus. I'm the Zeus of pizza.
Wait.
Zeus has never been wrong?
Barry,
The reveal.
I'm not the
Oh,
Zeus of Greek.
shit.
No, Barry, you're not understanding. I'm not the regular Zeus. I'm the Zeus of pizza on the Mount Olympus of the correct pizza choices. It's a different Mount Olympus.
So you are the unabolishedly wrong answer.
No, I'm the correct Zeus. I'm the ultimate powerful Zeus. The other Zeus is a douchebag. I am the pizza Zeus.
Swear on the Emperor.
Why the Emperor pineapple pizza should go.
Pretty sure that my pepperoni and bacon pizza just told you to eat a pallet full of boxes full of bags full of dicks. You're wrong.
If you remember on the Neutron, but Travis, did I not say the Neutron said that Bear is entitled to his opinion, but it doesn't contradict the Proton?
I forget what you wrote on the different element.
There's too many particles to keep up with, okay?
Subatomic. No, I only mentioned 2 subatomic particles. I'm sorry, they're different than regular particles.
Just when you thought you were going to get to bed, brother.
Yeah, I need to go. It's 3:45. I know it's 4:45.
All right, let me give you my blessing as the Zeus of pizza, okay?
Okay. I'll bow my head.
May the road meet your feet. May you avoid all Red Baron pizzas. And if you have to get a frozen, get a DiGiorno. I bless you. I bless you.
On that note, real deal, may all of your pizzas contain anchovies and pineapple.
You're a monster. You are the Hades of pizza. I rebuke you. All right, Hypnotic, I'm going to bless you. May you learn to accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior, and may you learn to accept me as the ultimate authority on all arguments we have in the future. You are blessed.
On pizza.
Well, in general, I am a guy.
No, not in general, just pizza.
Dude, I made my boss. I have 2 owners at the place I work. They're married. And me and the male owner were talking, and his wife popped up, and we're good friends. And I went, "Excuse me, ma'am, men are speaking." And dude, she spit her drink out, laughed so hard. She's like, "That was the most sexist thing, but it was fucking great." And I was like, "Thank you, I appreciate it."
Hey, Hypnotic.
Yeah.
Do you know why women have small feet?
No.
So they can stand closer to the stove. Do you know why you never give a woman a watch for Christmas? Because there's a clock on the stove.
We're gonna be. She's gonna get us in our sleep. We gotta be careful.
It's okay. I'm already preparing the jars and the herbs and the candles.
I see. I noticed
For
that there's
Hex.
no pineapple. I noticed there was
Somewhere
no
out there,
pineapple.
she has already drawn a salt ring, and there's a skull in the middle.
I noticed there was no pineapple juice in that hex, so obviously it will work because pineapple juice is faulty, just like all pineapple. All right, Travis, you have a good night, man.
You guys have a good night. It's almost
Pineapple. Pineapple. I will have the last word. Pineapple.
No, you won't.
Pineapple.
No last word.